There are some worlds that feel as though they have always existed. Long before we arrive in them, they are already old. Their rivers have already learned their paths through the land. Their mountains have already watched kingdoms rise, sleep, and fall. Their forests have already grown over forgotten roads, old songs, and the footsteps of people whose names have faded into the earth. Hyrule is one of those worlds, a land of green fields and high stone walls, of silent temples and sacred forests, of mountains that breathe smoke into the sky and waters that hold the memories of ancient peoples. It is a place where ordinary villages rest beneath the shadow of divine things, where a ranch may sit quietly under the afternoon sun, not far from a castle that guards a secret older than its kings, where a child may walk through tall grass without knowing that the road beneath his feet is part of the story that has been waiting for him. At first, Hyrule feels peaceful. That is part of its sadness. Because peace in Hyrule is rarely simple. It is something guarded, something inherited, something passed from one age to the next, carried by those who remember how easily light can fade. The tale of Ocarina of Time begins quietly. Before the sword, before the temples, before the monsters waiting in the dark. It begins with a kingdom that does not yet understand how close it is to losing itself. And beneath that kingdom, like roots under soft earth, old forces are already beginning to move. In Hyrule, stories rarely travel in straight lines. They return. They echo. They take new shapes across different ages, but the pattern is often familiar. A hero appears when the world has nearly forgotten hope. A princess watches the shadows gather before others see them. And somewhere beyond the edge of peace, an ancient hunger reaches for the heart of the world. These figures do not always understand themselves when the story begins. The hero may not feel like a hero. The princess may not yet know the full weight of her wisdom. And the darkness may arrive without claws, without horns, without the face of a beast. Sometimes it comes wearing a crown. Sometimes it kneels before a king. Sometimes it smiles in the court of the very kingdom it means to destroy. But before we speak of that darkness, before we enter the forest where the hero sleeps, we should first listen to the world around him, the world that will soon call him away from everything he knows. Hyrule is an ancient kingdom, ruled from a castle at the heart of the land. Its royal family holds more than political authority. Their power is bound to memory, prophecy, and sacred inheritance. They are keepers of stories, guardians of rituals, and protectors of a secret that lies at the center of Hyrule's oldest legends. That secret is the Triforce, a golden relic of divine power, a symbol so simple that even a child could draw it. 3 golden triangles joined together, each one carrying a different virtue: power, wisdom, and courage. In Hyrule, these words are not abstract ideals. They are living forces. They shape souls, kingdoms, destinies. power is the strength to change the world. Wisdom is the clarity to understand it. Courage is the will to face it, even when the path ahead is dark. Together, they form a sacred balance. But balance is fragile. The Triforce does not belong safely in the hands of anyone who seeks it only for themselves. It reflects the heart that reaches for it. A spirit in harmony may command its full blessing. A heart ruled by one desire may fracture that blessing apart, leaving each golden piece to seek the soul that matches it. This is why the Triforce matters to kings, to sages, to those who study prophecy, to those who pray for peace, and to those who dream of bending the world to their will. For generations, Hyrule keeps this sacred power hidden behind layers of ritual, stone, music, and time. The kingdom seems to understand that some doors should remain closed, some powers should remain untouched, some places should be entered only when the need is truly great. Yet legends often begin near sealed doors. A lock waits, a key is found, a warning is misunderstood. And sometimes, the hands that open the way are innocent ones. That is one of the quiet tragedies of Ocarina of Time. This is a story about children stepping into the machinery of destiny before they are old enough to understand how sharp its gears can be. A boy who wants only to belong. A princess who sees disaster in her dreams. And a king of thieves who knows exactly what he wants. The boy lives far from the castle, far from politics, far from the language of power. He lives in the deep green hush of Kokiri Forest, a place protected from the wider world where children do not grow old and the trees seem to breathe with ancient patience. He does not know that the kingdom is beginning to turn toward him. He does not know that somewhere beyond the forest, a princess has been dreaming of dark clouds over Hyrule. He does not know that a man from the desert has already begun searching for the keys to his sacred realm. And he does not know that the quiet life he has always known is about to become a memory. At the center of Hyrule's coming conflict are three souls, drawn together by something older than choice and stranger than chance. The first is the hero. He is not yet a warrior, not yet a legend, not yet the figure that songs will remember. At the beginning, he is only a child in the forest, small, silent, and set apart from the others in ways he does not understand. There is no crown on his head, no army at his back, no proof that the world should expect anything from him. And yet, somewhere within him, courage is waiting. Not loud courage, not the courage of someone who has never been afraid. A quieter kind entirely. The kind that takes one step forward, then another and another. The second is the princess. Zelda is born into the royal family of Hyrule, but her importance reaches beyond the throne. She senses the hidden shape of things. Dreams come to her as warnings. She sees shadows gathering before others believe the sky has changed. She is young, but already aware that the kingdom's safety rests on fragile ground. Her wisdom is real, but it is still young, and that matters deeply. Wisdom in this story does not mean perfect knowledge. It means seeing more than others see, and learning from what could not yet be understood. Zelda is one of the first to recognize the danger, one of the first to act. And, like Link, she will carry the consequences of choices made too early, under a weight that no child should have been asked to bear. The third is Ganondorf. He comes from the desert, from the Gerudo people as a king among thieves. But in the court of Hyrule, he does not first appear as a monster. He appears as a man, a ruler, a guest at court, a figure of strength and ambition, bowing before the throne while his thoughts reach far beyond it. Ganondorf understands something many would rather not face. Symbols can hold kingdoms together, but desire can tear them open. He looks upon Hyrule and sees something to claim. The sacred relic hidden at the heart of its legends becomes, in his mind, a prize, a key, a promise that the world might bend beneath his hand. Power, wisdom, and courage. These three forces move through the story like threads beneath a tapestry. Power gathers in Ganondorf, heavy and consuming. Wisdom stirs in Zelda, watchful and uncertain. Courage sleeps in Link, still unnamed, still waiting in the forest. And above them all, Hyrule rests in the last soft hours before the storm. So we should not rush too quickly to the sword. The sword will come. The temples will come. The monsters, the sages, the songs, the long sleep, the ruined kingdom. All of it will come in time. But first, there is Hyrule as it was. A kingdom under a blue sky, a castle town filled with voices, a ranch where horses run through warm grass, a village at the foot of a mountain, a river leading to a hidden domain of water, a desert waiting beyond the western cliffs, and a forest where a boy without a fairy dreams beneath the leaves. This is the world before it breaks. The heart of Ocarina of Time depends on remembering that world. The journey hurts because we first see Hyrule alive. We hear its music before the silence. We walk its roads before the ruins. We meet its people before time changes them. Later, when the fields feel emptier, when the market is haunted, when old places return with darker faces, the memory of this peaceful Hyrule remains. Like sunlight seen through closed eyes. The story begins in childhood because childhood is what the story will take away. It begins in a forest because forests remember. It begins with a child who does not know where he came from, because identity in Hyrule is often discovered only after loss. And it begins quietly because destiny often does. Not with thunder, not with armies, not with the sound of a kingdom falling, but with a dream. Somewhere in the green depths of Kokiri Forest, beneath the watch of an ancient tree, a boy sleeps. Around him, the forest is calm. The paths are narrow and familiar. The other children have their fairies. The air is filled with the soft hum of a place untouched by time. But beyond the trees, Hyrule is already changing. A princess dreams of darkness, a thief king searches for sacred power, an old relic waits behind a sealed door. And the first small movement of the legend is about to begin. For now, the boy does not know any of this. He only sleeps and dreams. And in his sleep, the future calls to him. Deep within the forests of Hyrule, where the light falls softly through the leaves and the outside world feels very far away, there is a place where childhood seems to last forever. The ancient Kokiri Forest. It is small compared to the fields and mountains beyond it. A hidden green hollow surrounded by trees so old they feel almost like walls. The paths curve gently between wooden houses, low fences, patches of grass, and quiet places where the forest floor is soft beneath bare feet. There is no castle here. No market. No soldiers passing through with spears over their shoulders. No distant politics, no talk of kings or sacred relics, only children. Children in green living beneath the branches. Children who laugh, wander, climb, and play. Children who wake each morning to the same familiar paths, beneath the same gentle canopy, guarded by the same ancient presence. These are the Kokiri. They are not children in the ordinary sense. Not children who will one day grow older, leave home and become something else. The Kokiri belong to the forest, and the forest belongs to them. They are tied to it so deeply that time touches them differently. The years pass, but they remain as they are, small, bright, restless, and forever young. To live among the Kokiri is to live inside a kind of dream. The world outside may change. Clouds may gather over distant castles. Kings may speak in throne rooms. Desert winds may carry the footsteps of dangerous men. But in Kokiri Forest, the days remain green. The children know the sound of the stream. They know the ladders and little bridges. They know the training ground, the winding paths, the lost woods waiting beyond the village, and the great tree who watches over them all. The great Deku tree. Ancient, wise, and rooted at the heart of the forest, he is more than a guardian. He is the spirit of the place. A fatherly ancient presence. A keeper of memory. The one who shelters the Kokiri and keeps the dangers of the wider world at a distance. Under his care, the forest feels safe. And in a world like Hyrule, safety is a rare and precious thing. Every Kokiri has a fairy. A small light beside them. A companion. A guide. A sign that they belong. The fairies move through the forest like living sparks, bright and watchful, hovering near their chosen children. They are more than decoration, more than little wings in the air. To the Kokiri, a fairy is a mark of identity. It says, "You are one of us. You are part of this place. The forest sees you. The great Deku tree knows you. Every Kokiri has one. Everyone except Link. that is where his story begins. Not with Kori, not with a sword raised against the darkness, not with a kingdom chanting his name. It begins with absence, a small, quiet absence that everyone can see. Link lives among the Kokiri. He wears their green clothes. He sleeps in a wooden house raised above the forest floor. He knows the same paths, the same faces, the same soft music of leaves and running water. But he has no fairy. And in Kokiri Forest, that means something. The other children notice. Of course they do. Children often notice the one thing that makes someone different. They may not understand it, but they feel it. They whisper around it. They turn it into a name, a joke, a distance. The boy without a fairy. Link does not seem angry about it. At least, not in any loud way. He does not argue with the forest. He does not demand an answer from the sky. He does not claim that he is meant for something greater. He simply lives with the difference quietly. There is something important in that. Before Link becomes a hero, before he draws the Master Sword, before sages speak his name and kingdoms depend on him, he is a child who does not fully belong to the only home he has ever known. He is close enough to be part of the forest, yet set apart enough to feel its borders. He has a house but not certainty, friends but not full belonging, a childhood but one touched by questions no one has answered. And perhaps even before the adventure begins, that is why Link is able to leave. Because some part of him has always been standing at the edge. Not outside the forest. Not quite ready yet. But at the edge of knowing that there is something different about him. Something waiting. Something unnamed. Among the Kokiri, there is one child who seems especially bothered by Link's difference, Mido. Mido is proud, bossy, and quick to judge. He sees himself as important among the Kokiri, perhaps even as a kind of leader. He guards the way to the great Deku tree with the confidence of someone who believes the forest has placed him exactly where he belongs. And Link irritates him. Maybe because Link has no fairy. Maybe because Saria cares for Link more than Mido would like. Maybe because even without understanding why, Mido senses that the forest is beginning to turn towards someone he does not respect. Mido makes Link's difference visible. He gives it a voice. He treats Link as though the absence of a fairy proves something lacking in him, something lesser. But Mido is not simply cruelty. He is also part of the forest's smallness. In a world where everyone is meant to fit neatly into the same pattern, the one who does not fit becomes unsettling. And Link unsettles him. And so Mido stands in the path, a small gatekeeper in a small world, the first obstacle before the great ones. But Link is not entirely alone. There is Saria. If Mido represents the forest's suspicion, Saria represents its heart. She is kind to Link without needing a reason. She does not seem to measure him by what he lacks. She knows him in the gentle, ordinary way that childhood friends know each other, through shared paths, familiar silences, and the comfort of being near someone before the world has asked too much of either of you. Saria is one of the emotional roots of Link's life. When we think of heroes, we often think of what they are called to do, the monster they must defeat, the destiny they must accept, the weapon they must carry. But just as important is what they are called away from. For Link, Saria is part of that. She is the feeling of home, the softness of the forest before the storm, the life he might have kept had the world not needed him. She does not stand in the story as a grand political figure or a divine force. Not here. Not yet. At the beginning, she is simply the friend who makes the forest feel warm. And because of that, leaving her will matter. The Kokiri Forest is protected, but it is also enclosed. That is the secret shape of this first world. Its safety comes with borders. The trees keep danger out, but they also keep the children in. The Kokiri know that leaving the forest is dangerous. The outside world is unknown, and the unknown has a way of becoming myth when no one crosses into it. To the Kokiri, the forest is the whole shape of life. The same winding paths, the same familiar houses, the same games, the same rules. It is childhood without an ending. But a story cannot remain there forever. One morning, while Link sleeps, something changes. The ancient guardian of the forest has been troubled. A darkness has crept beneath the leaves, something foreign and poisonous. The great Deku tree, who has protected the Kokiri for so long, knows that the time for waiting is over. And so he sends for a fairy. Her name is Navi. She is small, bright, and urgent, a flicker of blue-white light moving through the forest air. She passes over rooftops and fences, past children and wooden walkways, toward the boy who has always been without what she now brings. Her arrival is gentle, but it changes everything. For Link, Navi is more than a companion. She is the answer to an absence that has followed him all his life. The fairy he never had. The sign of belonging that never came. But there is something deeper hidden in this moment. Navi does not arrive simply to make Link like the other Kokiri. She arrives because he is being called away from them. That is the quiet irony of the scene. The moment Link finally receives the thing that should make him belong is also the moment the forest begins to release him. The fairy comes to him at last, and with her comes destiny. She wakes him from sleep, and the dream of childhood begins to thin. The familiar room, the wooden walls, the soft morning light. All of it remains, but it is no longer quite the same. A message has arrived from the great Deku tree. Link has been summoned. Not Mido, not another Kokiri child. It was always Link. The boy without a fairy. The one who never fully fit. The forest has known something about him all along. Outside his house, the Kokiri Forest is still calm. The air is still green. the children are still there. The little paths still wind between the homes as they always have. But now, every ordinary thing feels like it may soon become a memory. This is one of the reasons Ocarina of Time begins so beautifully. It understands that adventure is not only excitement. Sometimes adventure begins as a disturbance in a peaceful place. A knock at the edge of a dream. A voice saying that the world is larger and that you must go meet it. Link does not rush into legend as a celebrated chosen one. He is not welcomed by trumpets. No one in the forest kneels before him. No one tells him he is powerful. Even now, Mido stands in his way, suspicious and demanding, insisting that Link prove himself before he can see the great Deku tree. So Link gathers what little he has. A small sword, a wooden shield. The first tools of a child stepping toward a destiny he cannot yet understand. There is a tenderness to those first objects. They are not grand relics, not sacred weapons, not treasures from the gods, just simple things found in the forest. The Kokiri sword, small enough for a child's hands. The Deku shield, made of wood, vulnerable to flame, humble in every way. And yet, for now they are enough. That is how the story begins, not with the hero receiving the greatest sword in the world, but with a child finding the courage to walk past someone who doubts him. A child who has been told in little ways that he does not belong. A child who is about to learn that not belonging to one place may mean being needed by many. When Link finally reaches the path to the great Deku tree, the forest seems to grow older around him. The playful village gives way to something more sacred. The trees stand quieter. The air feels heavier. Navi hovers near him, no longer just a sign of what he was missing, but a guide to what he must face. And there, waiting at the heart of the forest, is the ancient guardian. The great Deku tree looks upon Link not as an outsider, not as the child without a fairy, but as someone he has protected for a reason. The truth has not yet been fully spoken. Link does not yet know where he came from. He does not yet know why the forest has sheltered him. He does not yet know that the darkness inside the great Deku tree is connected to a much larger evil moving across Hyrule. For now, he only knows that he has been called. And sometimes at the beginning of a legend, that is all the hero has. A voice calling his name. A friend left behind. A small light at his side. And a path opening where there used to be only trees. Behind him is Kokiri Forest, warm and closed, eternal and fading already into memory. Ahead of him is the first shadow of the wider world. But before Hyrule Field, before the castle, before the princess and the king of Thieves, there is one final childhood threshold to cross. The boy without a fairy has been given a fairy. The child who did not belong has been summoned by the oldest spirit in the forest. And in the quiet beneath the leaves, Link takes his first steps toward the great Deku tree. Not yet as a legend. Not yet as the hero of time. Only as a child. Silent, uncertain, and brave enough to answer. At the heart of Kokiri Forest, beyond the little houses and narrow wooden paths, the world grows still. The laughter of the Kokiri fades behind the trees. The sound of running water becomes softer. Even the leaves seem to move more slowly here, as though they know they are near something ancient. This is the sacred center of the forest. And there, rooted deep into the earth, stands the great Deku tree. He is not like the other trees. He does not simply grow in the forest. He watches over it. His roots reach through the soil like old hands holding the land together in silence. His branches rise above the Kokiri like a sheltering sky. His face, carved by age and wisdom, looks upon the children of the forest with the patience of someone who has seen many seasons pass and has remembered them all. To the Kokiri, he is guardian, father, and spirit. He is the reason the forest feels safe, the reason its children remain untouched by time, the reason the outside world seems so distant, almost unreal. For as long as Link has known the forest, the great Deku tree has always been there, still ancient and utterly unmoving. A presence so constant that it might have felt eternal. But now as Link approaches with Navi at his side, something is wrong. The air around the great Deku tree is heavy, not with age and not with sleep, but with pain. A shadow has entered the forest's heart. It has crept past the leaves, past the soft green light, past the place where children are meant to be safe, and it has taken root inside him. The great Deku tree speaks to Link not as a distant god and not as a king giving orders, but as an old protector who has carried a burden for as long as he could. He knows the boy before him. He knows the silence surrounding his past. He knows why Link has never fully belonged among the Kokiri. But first, before that truth can be spoken, there is a trial. The darkness within the great Deku tree must be faced. This is Link's first step beyond childhood, though he has not yet left the forest. He does not cross a field. He does not enter a castle. He does not stand before armies or kings. He steps into the body of the tree that raised him. There is something sacred and sad about that. The great Deku tree is not merely a dungeon, though the shape of the adventure may feel like one. He is a wounded guardian, a holy place turned inward by suffering. Inside him, the warm safety of the forest becomes strange and dim. Roots twist through hollow chambers. Webs stretch across the dark. Seeds, binds, shadows, and hidden passages turn the inside of the tree into a quiet maze of life and decay. Link is small here, a child with a wooden shield, a small sword, a fairy's light, and courage that has only just begun to wake. The creatures he meets inside are not grand monsters from the old songs. They are smaller things, forest things, corrupted things. Deku scrubs hiding in the gloom, Skulltula suspended in their webs. The first signs that the curse has spread through the living body of the tree. Everything about this place teaches Link gently but firmly that evil does not always arrive as a distant army. Sometimes it begins as an infection, a seed of darkness, a sickness in the roots, a wound hidden beneath bark. And the sickness has a name behind it, though Link does not yet understand the full weight of that name, Ganondorf. Before Link ever sees him in the royal court, before the man from the desert bows before the king of Hyrule, Ganondorf has already touched the story. His ambition has already reached the forest. His search for sacred power has already harmed one of Hyrule's oldest protectors. And this truly matters. The wider evil of Ocarina of Time does not wait politely for Link to begin his journey. It is already moving. It has already begun pressing against the boundaries of peaceful places. The forest, which seemed sealed away from the world, was never as separate as the Kokiri believe. Even here, beneath ancient branches, Hyrule's darkness can enter. At the deepest part of the tree, Link finds the creature at the center of the curse. Her name is Queen Goma. She is the first true monster of the journey. A parasitic thing, pale-eyed and insect-like, clinging to the dark ceiling above him. She does not speak. She does not threaten the kingdom with grand words. She simply waits in the hollow heart of the great Deku tree, a living expression of the corruption that has been placed there. In another kind of story, a first monster might be a simple test of strength. Here, Queen Goma feels more like a warning. She is what Ganondorf's evil looks like before it becomes a castle in ruins. Before it becomes monsters in the market. Before it becomes temples twisted by shadow and fire and ice. Here at the beginning, evil is a parasite in a sacred tree. Link fights her in the dark, under the watching eye of Navi, with only the small tools the forest has given him. He dodges, he aims, and he strikes. He learns, perhaps for the first time, what it means for something truly dangerous to turn its attention toward him. And when Queen Goma falls, the curse is broken. Or so it seems. There is relief in that moment, but it is not the relief of victory. It is far quieter, because the damage has already been done. When Link returns to the great Deku tree, the ancient guardian is waiting for him. The evil inside has been defeated, but the tree's strength is fading. Ganondorf's curse was too deep, too cruel, and too powerful to be undone completely by the courage of one child. This is one of the first sorrows of the story. Link wins, and still he loses something. The great Deku tree begins to tell him the truth. The darkness that struck him came from a wicked man of the desert. A man seeking the sacred power hidden in Hyrule. A man whose desire has already begun to poison the land around him. Ganondorf wanted something from the great Deku tree. The precious Kokiri emerald. A green jewel, beautiful and sacred, held by the protector of the forest. To the Kokiri, it may seem like a treasure of their own small world. But in the larger story of Hyrule, it is far more than that. The Kokiri Emerald is one of the 3 spiritual stones, one of the keys that can open the way to the sacred realm. And there, hidden beyond ritual and time, rests the Triforce, the object of Ganondorf's hunger. The great Deku tree refused him, so Ganondorf cursed him. That is the simple shape of the conflict, and it tells us much about the man Link has not yet met. Ganondorf does not merely seek power. He punishes anything that denies him. He does not respect the old guardians of Hyrule. He does not honor the sacred balance that protects the realm. He sees a holy thing and wants to make it his. The forest paid the price for saying no. And now the great Deku tree gives the Kokiri Emerald to Link. Not as a reward for bravery in the ordinary sense. Not as a prize taken from a defeated monster, but as a trust, a deeply sacred burden. The first spiritual stone is placed in the hands of a child who, only a short time ago, was known mostly for what he lacked. The boy without a fairy now carries one of the keys to Hyrule's fate. Still, the great Deku tree has one more truth to reveal. The truth about Link. For all his life, Link has lived among the Kokiri. He has worn their clothes, walked their paths, listened to their songs, and slept beneath the same sheltering branches. But he was never truly one of them. He is not Kokiri. He is truly Hylian, a child of the people beyond the forest. Long ago, during a time of war when Hyrule was wounded by conflict and fear, a mother fled into the forest with her baby. She was injured, desperate, and seeking refuge. The great Deku tree took the child in, sensing the destiny rested upon him. The mother could not stay. Her life faded there beneath the trees, but her child remained. That child was Link. The forest did not create him. It sheltered him. The Kokiri did not share his nature. They became his childhood. The great Deku tree did not keep him because he belonged to the forest in the same way the others did. He kept him because the world outside would one day need him. This revelation changes everything that came before it. Link's difference was never a mistake. His lack of a fairy was never random. His quiet distance from the other Kokiri was not simply loneliness. It was the first sign of a hidden origin. The feeling that he did not quite belong was painful, but it was also true. Not because he was less than the others, but because his path had always been leading somewhere else. There is a particular sadness in discovering that your home was always temporary. Even a loving home. Even a safe home. Even the only home you remember. For Link, Kokiri Forest is still real. His friendship with Saria is real. The soft green mornings, the wooden bridges, the familiar paths, the life beneath the great Deku tree. None of it becomes false because of the truth of his birth. But it does become fragile. It becomes something he can no longer remain inside. The great Deku tree tells him that he must go to Hyrule Castle. He must seek Princess Zelda. He must carry the Kokiri Emerald beyond the boundaries of the forest and into the larger story that has been waiting for him. And then, after entrusting Link with this task, the great Deku tree dies. There is no battle music in that loss. No grand celebration. No feeling that the first chapter has ended cleanly, only stillness. The guardian of the forest, the ancient protector of the Kokiri, withers before the child he tried to prepare. The great face grows silent. The roots remain in the earth, but the spirit that watched over the forest is gone. For the Kokiri, this is a catastrophe they can barely understand. For Link, it is something even deeper. It is the death of the one who knew the truth of him. The death of the guardian who kept him safe. The death of childhood's illusion that the old and wise will always remain. Until now, the forest may have seemed eternal. Now it has changed. And once something eternal changes, the world never feels quite the same again. This is where the adventure becomes destiny. A lesser story might have sent Link out into Hyrule for curiosity, or treasure, or the thrill of seeing new lands. But Ocarina of Time sends him out through grief. He leaves because a dying guardian asked him to. He leaves because the darkness has already touched his home. He leaves because the truth of who he is can no longer fit beneath the forest canopy. To save the world, Link must abandon the only place where he has ever been safe. That is the first great wound of the story. Not the wound of a sword, not the wound of a monster's claws, the wound of departure. When Link returns to the village, the forest is still there. The houses still stand. The stream still runs. The Kokiri children still move through the paths, perhaps confused, perhaps frightened, perhaps not fully able to grasp what has happened at their center. But Link is no longer simply one of them. Mido, hurt and angry, blames him for the great Deku tree's death. He does not know the truth. He does not know about Ganondorf's curse, or the Kokiri Emerald, or the dying command that sent Link onward. He sees only that Link entered, and afterward the great Deku tree was gone. And it is unfair. But grief often looks for somewhere to stand. Mido's anger makes Link's separation from the forest even sharper. The boy who was already different is now treated as though he brought ruin with him. The home that sheltered him cannot fully understand him. The children who never grow old cannot follow him into the world of time, loss, and destiny. Only Saria understands enough to say goodbye. At the edge of the forest, where the path leads out toward Hyrule Field, she waits for him. This moment is small, but it carries the weight of everything that is changing. Saria does not stop him. She does not ask him to stay. Perhaps some part of her understands that he cannot. Instead, she gives him the fairy ocarina. A simple instrument. A memory he can hold in his hands. A piece of the forest's music to carry with him into the unknown. In a story filled with sacred relics, legendary swords, and divine symbols, this small gift matters because it is personal. It does not come from prophecy. It does not open the sacred realm. It does not defeat evil. It says, remember me. Remember this place. Remember that before the world called you hero, you were loved here. For Link, the fairy ocarina becomes the sound of home. Soon he will learn other songs. Songs of royalty, time, storms, sunlight, temples, and spirits. Music will become one of the ways Hyrule speaks to him. It will carry memory across distance and later across time itself. But the first ocarina comes from Saria, from childhood, from friendship, from the forest he is leaving behind. And then Link steps away. The path out of Kokiri Forest is more than a road. It is a threshold between worlds. Behind him is a place where children never grow up. Ahead of him is Hyrule, where time moves, kingdoms fall, and destiny waits in the shape of a princess dream. The forest does not vanish when he leaves it. It remains green and enclosed, with its little houses and quiet paths. But for Link, it has already become something else. A memory, a beginning, and a wound. He came to the great Deku tree as the boy without a fairy. He leaves carrying a spiritual stone, a fairy at his side, an ocarina from his dearest friend, and a truth too large for the forest to contain. Ganondorf has not yet appeared before him, but Link has already felt his shadow. The curse, the dying tree, the sacred jewel, the call to the castle. All of it points beyond the leaves. So the child of the forest, who is never truly a child of the forest, walks toward the light at the edge of the trees. And somewhere beyond that light, Hyrule is waiting. When Link leaves Kokiri Forest, the world opens. For the first time, there is no ceiling of leaves above him. No narrow wooden paths. No little houses tucked safely beneath the branches. No familiar stream winding through the same green hollow he has known all his life. There is only space. Hyrule Field stretches before him, wide and golden beneath the sky. It is the first great breath of the journey. The grass moves in long waves. The road bends into the distance. Far away, mountains rise blue and hazy against the horizon. The walls of Hyrule Castle stand somewhere beyond the open plain, waiting like a promise. And for a child who has lived his entire life inside the forest, the field must feel almost endless. This is the first time Link sees how large the world truly is. The forest was a cradle. Hyrule Field is the beginning of everything beyond it. There is a quiet magic in that first crossing. Nothing about it needs to be explained too loudly. The feeling is enough. A small figure in green, walking alone beneath a vast sky, carrying a sacred emerald he barely understands, with a fairy beside him and a kingdom ahead of him. He has been told to find Princess Zelda. But before he reaches her, before he stands in the shadow of the castle, Hyrule has something else to show him. It shows him itself. Its open roads, its soft hills, its distant villages, its rivers, bridges, fences, gates, and hidden paths, its day and night. This matters more than it may seem, because the first half of Ocarina of Time is not simply sending Link from one place to another. It is teaching us what Hyrule feels like before the darkness takes hold. It lets the viewer breathe the air of the kingdom while it is still alive. It lets us hear its ordinary sounds. See its ordinary people. Walk its roads before those roads become haunted by memory. For now Hyrule Field is peaceful, but peace here is touched by distance. The field is beautiful, yet exposed. The forest kept Link surrounded. The field leaves him visible beneath the sky. There is wonder in that, but also a gentle unease. When the sun begins to lower, shadows stretch across the grass. The warm gold of afternoon deepens into purple evening. And as night falls, the safe roads of the day become something stranger. The drawbridge to Castletown rises after dark. The gates close. The world becomes quieter. And from the ground itself skeletons rise beneath the moon. Even here, in the open heart of the kingdom, danger is never completely absent. Hyrule is not broken yet, but it is not untouched. The night reminds Link that the world beyond the forest has its own rules, its own rhythms, its own warnings. Still, morning comes again. The sun returns over the field. The drawbridge lowers, and the road leads onward toward the center of the kingdom. This was Castletown. After the loneliness of the field, Castletown feels bright and crowded. It is full of voices, footsteps, laughter, merchants, games, gossip, and movement. People stand in the square beneath colorful awnings. Shops open their doors. Children run. Guards watch the paths that lead toward the castle. The town feels busy in the way living places do, full of people thinking about their own small lives. That ordinary life is important. Here Hyrule is not legend. It is not prophecy. It is not the Triforce or sacred stones or ancient evil. It is people buying things in the market. A child chasing a dog. A shopkeeper waiting for customers. A guard standing at his post. A town that wakes in the morning and expects the day to be normal. Castletown is the human heart of the kingdom. It sits beneath the protection of Hyrule Castle, close to the royal family, close to power, close to the secret that Ganondorf desires. But most of its people do not live inside that secret. They live beneath it. They trust the castle because it has always been there. The white walls, the rising towers, the guarded road, the sense that someone strong and ancient is watching over the kingdom. Hyrule Castle stands beyond the town as the symbol of royal authority. It represents order, inheritance, and the old promises of the kingdom. The royal family rules from there, holding together the many peoples and regions of Hyrule, the Kokiri in their forest, the Gorons on their mountain, the Zora in their watery domain, the villagers of Kakariko, the ranchers of the central fields, and the Gerudo far out in the desert. To a child from the forest, the castle must feel impossibly grand. The great Deku tree was ancient, rooted, and sacred. Hyrule Castle is something else, built by human hands, but wrapped in ceremony and guarded power. It is the visible center of the world Link has entered. And somewhere inside its walls is Princess Zelda. But Link cannot simply walk through the front gate and announce that a dying tree sent him. He is still small, still unknown, still carrying a destiny no one in the market can see. So he moves through the edges of power, past guards, along paths, through quiet places where a child might slip unseen. Before Zelda, though, Hyrule gives him another kind of meeting. A girl with red hair waits near the castle road. Her name was Malone. She comes from Lon Ranch, a place in the middle of Hyrule Field where the kingdom feels softer, slower, and more human. Malon is not a princess. She does not speak in prophecy. She carries no sacred stone. Yet she is one of the people who makes Hyrule feel like a real place instead of only a myth. She worries about her father, Talon, who has fallen asleep near the castle after delivering milk. There is humor in this. Warmth, too. Talon is lazy, gentle, and a little foolish in the way familiar storybook adults can be. He is not part of the great conflict, and that is exactly why he matters. Through Milan and Talon, the kingdom becomes domestic. There are deliveries to make, milk to carry, horses to care for, songs sung in open fields. Lon Lon Ranch sits at the center of Hyrule like a pause in the adventure, a ring of fences and war mirth, a place where the music of the kingdom becomes pastoral and simple. The ranch does not feel sacred in the same way as the forest, or political in the same way as the castle. It feels like daily life. And daily life is what the darkness threatens. Malon's song drifts through the ranch with a softness that stays with Link. It is a melody tied not to temples or kings, but to home, animals, work, and care. And there, among the horses, is Epona. At first, Epona is just a young horse. Skittish, mouth-quote, gentle, drawn to Milan's song. She does not yet carry Link across the field as an adult. She does not yet become his companion through a darker Hyrule. But the connection begins here. A child meeting a horse in a sunlit ranch. That is how Ocarina of Time plants its emotional seeds. Quietly, long before they are needed. It lets us meet people and places in their peaceful forms, so that later, when time has changed them, the loss has somewhere to land. Malon matters because she sings before the kingdom falls. Talon matters because he reminds us that Hyrule contains harmless, sleepy, imperfect people. Epona matters because one day the open field will lonelier, and Link will need something from his childhood that can still run beside him. The journey continues outward from the castle and the ranch, and another place waits beneath the shadow of Death Mountain. This was Kakariko Village. If Castletown is the public heart of Hyrule, Kakariko is something quieter and stranger. It rests at the foot of the mountain, between the ordinary world and older secrets. Chickens wander the paths. Villagers go about their day. Workers, guards, and families share the space. At first glance, it feels simple, a small village of rooftops, fences, steps, and dust. But Kakariko has layers. It is connected to the royal family. It stands near the graveyard. It carries the hidden presence of the Sheikah, the shadowy people who have long served and protected Hyrule's royal line. It is a village where daily life and buried history live side by side. That makes Kakariko important. It is not as enclosed as Kokiri Forest, not as bright and crowded as Castletown, not as warm and pastoral as Lon Ranch. Kakariko feels like a threshold, a place where someone might fetch water in the morning and hear old legends by night, a place where the living village sits beside the dead, a place where the mountain road begins, leading upward toward the Gorons, toward fire, toward the next piece of Link's journey. For now, Link may not understand the village's deeper secrets. He may only pass through, speak to people, gather impressions, and feel the road pulling him onward. But the viewer should remember Kakariko, its rooftops, its graveyard, its position beneath Death Mountain, its quiet sense that Hyrule has a history it does not say aloud. Later, this village will matter in darker ways. But now, like the rest of Hyrule, it is still standing in the softer light of the beginning. This is the purpose of these early travels. Link is not merely collecting destinations. He is learning the shape of the kingdom he has been asked to save. The field teaches him distance. Castletown teaches him the life of the kingdom. Hyrule Castle teaches him power. Lon Ranch teaches him warmth. Kakariko teaches him that ordinary places can rest beside ancient secrets. Each location adds a piece to the world. And slowly, almost without noticing, the viewer begins to care. That is why walking across Hyrule before its fall is so important. The story needs time to let the kingdom breathe. It needs the open field at sunset, the sound of hooves behind a fence, the crowded market square, the road beneath the castle walls, the little village below the mountain. Without these peaceful places, the later ruin would be only scenery. With them, it becomes memory. When Castletown changes, we remember its voices. When Lon Ranch changes, we remember Melon's song. When the field feels emptier, we remember the first time it seemed endless and full of promise. When Kakariko burns with old shadows, we remember that it was once a village of small errands and quiet days. This is how Ocarina of Time builds its sorrow. Not by telling us immediately what will be lost, by letting us live near it first, and through it all, Link remains a child carrying a sacred emerald, a child following the last wish of the great Deku tree, a child looking for a princess inside a kingdom far larger than anything he has known. He does not yet know the full meaning of Ganondorf. He does not yet know what the sacred realm will cost. He does not yet know that the roads he walks in sunlight will one day feel strange beneath another sky. For now, Hyrule is open before him. The field glows in the evening. The castle stands beyond the town. The range rests in the center of the plain. The mountain watches from the north. The village waits below it. Somewhere a river runs toward a hidden domain of water. Somewhere beyond the western cliffs, the desert keeps its own secret. The kingdom is alive. That is what this chapter must give us. Not a list of places, a feeling of place. A sense that Hyrule is worth saving before anyone has to say it aloud. So Link crosses the field, small against the wide grass, silent beneath the moving sky, guided by a fairy, a dying tree's command, and a future he cannot yet see. Behind him the forest grows distant. Ahead of him the castle rises, and all around him Hyrule breathes softly in the last peaceful days before the dark. Beyond Castletown, past the voices of the market and the watchful eyes of the guards, the road climbs toward the heart of Hyrule's power. Hyrule Castle rises above the kingdom like a pale stone dream. Its walls are high. Its towers are quiet. Its banners move gently in the wind. Its gardens rest behind gates and patrols, hidden from the ordinary noise of the town below. To the people of Hyrule, the castle is a promise of order, of protection, of a royal line that has watched over the land for generations. But stone walls cannot keep out every danger. Some threats do not arrive with fire and armies. Some walk through the front gate. Some enter wearing royal colors from another land. Some bow politely before the throne while their hearts are fixed on conquest. Link does not yet know this. He is still only a child from the forest, moving carefully through a place that was never meant for him. He slips past guards, through quiet paths and patches of shadow, across the edges of royal ground where a boy in green should not be. There is something almost dreamlike about the way he reaches Zelda. No battle, no proclamation, no grand ceremony. Only a child sneaking through a castle garden to meet another child who has been waiting for him. Princess Zelda stands in the courtyard, small beneath the white stone walls of her own home. She is young, perhaps not so different from Link in age, but the air around her feels different. She belongs to the castle, to the royal family, to the ceremonies and secrets of Hyrule. Yet here in the garden, she is not surrounded by ministers or soldiers or subjects. She is alone with a dream. And that dream has frightened her. Zelda has seen dark clouds over Hyrule. She has seen a man from the desert. She has seen a boy from the forest, accompanied by a fairy, carrying a green and shining stone. Now that boy is standing before her. For a moment, the world seems to narrow around them. The castle, the guards, the market, the field beyond the walls, all of it becomes distant. There are only two children in a hidden garden, trying to understand why fate has brought them together. Zelda is a princess, but her importance begins before politics. She is sensitive to the hidden movements of the world. Her dreams are not ordinary dreams. They come to her like warnings sent through mist, images of danger, symbols of a future that has not yet arrived, a darkness gathering before the kingdom has admitted that the sky is changing. Others may dismiss her fear because she is young. That is one of the quiet cruelties of this moment. A child sees the truth before adults are willing to. Zelda does not fully understand everything her dream means. She cannot yet see the whole shape of what is coming, but she knows enough to be afraid of Ganondorf, and Ganondorf is near. From the garden, through a castle window, Link sees him for the first time. A tall man in dark armor, a powerful figure kneeling before the King of Hyrule, still as a shadow at the foot of the throne. This is Ganondorf, King of the Gerudo. He comes from the desert beyond Hyrule's western lands, from a people known as skilled warriors and thieves. The Gerudo are almost entirely women, and among them a single male is born only once in 100 years. By their tradition, that man becomes their king. Ganondorf is that man. But he is more than a foreign ruler paying respect to Hyrule. He is ambition given human shape. He kneels before the king, but there is no humility in him. His gesture is political, a mask, a careful performance in the center of the kingdom he intends to claim. To the court, he may appear as an uneasy ally, a desert king offering loyalty to Hyrule's throne. To Zelda, he is the man from her nightmare. And to Link, watching quietly from the garden, he is the first human face of the evil that has already touched the forest. This is important to understand. Ganondorf does not begin the story as a beast at the end of a dungeon. He begins as a ruler inside a throne room. A man with a kingdom behind him. A man with influence. A man close enough to Hyrule's king to bow before him, and close enough to Hyrule's secrets to threaten everything. The darkness in Ocarina of Time enters through politics before it becomes apocalypse. Ganondorf's false loyalty gives him proximity. His title gives him legitimacy. His patience gives him time. He knows that power is not always taken first by force. Sometimes it is approached through ceremony, negotiation, and deception. But Zelda does not trust him. She believes he is searching for the Triforce, the sacred relic hidden in the sacred realm, the divine power at the center of Hyrule's oldest legends, the golden balance of power, wisdom, and courage. To Ganondorf, the Triforce is the true prize. Hyrule's throne may matter. Its castle may matter. Its armies and symbols may matter. But all of these are lesser things beside the force that can grant the deepest desire of the one who touches it. That is the danger. Ganondorf does not simply want land. He wants the power beneath the land. He does not simply want to rule Hyrule. He wants the sacred heart that Hyrule has been guarding. The path to that heart is sealed. The entrance to the sacred realm lies behind the door of time in the temple of time. To open it, one needs the 3 spiritual stones and the Ocarina of Time, the royal family's sacred instrument. Ganondorf is already searching for these keys. He went to the forest for the Kokiri emerald. He cursed the great Deku tree when the guardian refused him. And if he is willing to poison an ancient spirit of the forest, then the other sacred stones are also in danger. Zelda understands this much. So she forms a plan. It is a plan born from courage, fear, and youth. Link already has the first spiritual stone, the Kokiri Emerald. Zelda asks him to find the other two before Ganondorf can take them. One is held by the Gorons of Death Mountain. The other belongs to the Zora, the people of the waters. If Link can gather all three stones, and if Zelda can protect the Ocarina of Time, perhaps they can reach the sacred realm first. Perhaps they can keep the Triforce out of Ganondorf's hands. Perhaps two children, meeting in secret, can save a kingdom that does not yet know it is in danger. There is beauty in their hope, and there is tragedy in it, because Zelda and Link are trying to solve an ancient problem with the tools of children. A dream, a secret meeting, a plan whispered in a garden, a sacred stone held in small hands. They are brave. They are sincere. They are right to fear Ganondorf. But they do not yet understand the full weight of the door they are trying to open. The sacred realm is not a hiding place one approaches lightly. The Triforce is not a treasure that can simply be taken away from danger and placed somewhere safer. The seals around it exist for a reason. The rituals, the stones, the ocarina, the temple of time. All of these barriers were built because the power beyond them is too great for ordinary ambition, too dangerous for heart consumed by desire. Zelda and Link believe that gathering the keys will prevent Ganondorf from entering. Yet by gathering them, they also bring the keys together. This is the sorrow waiting quietly inside their plan. They are trying to stop the disaster. And step by step, they will help make it possible. For now, they cannot know that. For now, there is only the garden, the dream, the man in the throne room, and the urgency of what must be done. Zelda gives Link a letter marked with the royal seal. It is a small thing, but in Hyrule, symbols matter. A child from the forest has no authority of his own, but with Zelda's letter, doors may open. Guards may listen. Roads that were closed may become passable. The princess lends him the weight of her name. And then there is Impa. She appears as Zelda's protector, calm and watchful, belonging to a people whose history runs like a shadow beneath Hyrule's royal family, the Sheik. They are guardians, servants, spies, and keepers of secrets. They have long stood close to the royal line, protecting it in ways the public may never see. If Hyrule Castle is the visible face of royal power, the Sheikah are part of what moves quietly behind it. Impa is not soft in the way Saria was soft. Saria belonged to childhood. Impa belongs to duty. She sees the danger more clearly than most adults around Zelda. She understands that the princess' fear should not be dismissed. And when she meets Link, she does not treat him like a random child lost in the castle garden. She recognizes that something important has begun. Before sending him onward, Impa teaches him a song, Zelda's Lullaby. It is a melody tied to the royal family, a song of recognition and authority. In Hyrule, music is never just music. Songs are keys, memories, proofs of trust, ways for the world to answer when spoken to correctly. Zelda's lullaby will tell certain doors and guardians that Link carries the princess's blessing. It is the first royal song he learns, and it gently marks the change in his journey. The fairy ocarina connected him to the forest. Zelda's lullaby connects him to the kingdom. From this point on, Link carries both: the sound of home and the sound of destiny. Impa leads him away from the castle, out of the hidden garden and back toward the open roads of Hyrule. The secret meeting ends as quietly as it began. The guards remain at their posts. Castle Town continues below. The people of Hyrule go about their day, unaware that a princess and a forest child have just decided to move against a king. That is how fragile the kingdom feels now. The great conflict has begun, but most of Hyrule has not heard it. There are no alarms in the streets, no soldiers marching to war, no dark clouds visible to everyone. Only Zelda's dream, Ganondorf's false oath, Impa's caution, and Link carrying the first of 3 sacred stones. This chapter is where the shape of the whole story becomes clear. The great Deku tree's death told us that Ganondorf's evil had already reached beyond the desert. Zelda's dream tells us that the danger is not random. It is moving toward the center of Hyrule. It is seeking the Triforce. It is using politics, deception, and sacred knowledge to get closer. Ganondorf is not waiting at the end of the road. He is already inside the kingdom's walls. That is what makes him so dangerous. He is both outsider and insider, desert king and royal guest, human ruler and future demon, a man who kneels before the throne while plotting to seize the divine power beneath it. And Zelda, young as she is, sees him more clearly than the adults around her. Still, seeing danger is not the same as escaping it. The plan she gives Link will carry him across Hyrule, to mountain and river, to the peoples who guard the remaining stones. It will introduce him to the cultures of the kingdom and draw him deeper into its sacred architecture. It will make him more than a child from the forest. It will make him a messenger between the old powers of Hyrule. But it will also bring the stones together. The forest emerald, the mountain ruby, the water sapphire. One by one, the keys will gather, and the door that should remain closed will begin to wait for him. For now, Link leaves the castle with purpose. He has met the princess. He has seen the King of Thieves. He has heard the name of the Triforce spoken not as distant myth, but as the center of a real and coming danger. The story has moved from grief into conspiracy, from forest shadow to castle garden, from a dying tree's warning to a princess dream, from the small sadness of not belonging to the larger burden of being needed. As evening settles over Hyrule, the castle grows quiet behind him. Somewhere within its walls, Zelda remains, carrying fear that few believe. Somewhere in the court, Ganondorf waits, his loyalty still disguised. Somewhere beyond the field, the Gorons of Death Mountain keep the next spiritual stone. And farther still, in the hidden waters of Zora's domain, the final stone rests beneath the care of another royal line. The path ahead is beginning to form. Not all at once. Not brightly. Not with certainty. But like a road appearing in mist. Link came to the castle because the great Deku tree asked him to. He leaves because Zelda has trusted him. And between those two acts of faith, the child from the forest becomes part of Hyrule's secret struggle. The kingdom still looks peaceful. The market still hums. The drawbridge still lowers in the morning. The fields still glow in the fading light. But under that peace, the ancient pattern is awakening. The princess has seen the storm. The hero has been given his task. And the king of thieves has already begun to move. The road to Death Mountain begins in Kakariko. At first, the village feels like a place of ordinary life. A quiet settlement of rooftops and fences, of wandering quokos and dusty paths, resting beneath the watchful rise of the mountain. Compared to the white walls of Hyrule Castle, Kakariko seems humble. Compared to the bright movement of Castletown, it seems almost still. But Kakariko is a threshold. Behind it lies the central world of Hyrule, the field, the castle, the market, the roads of the kingdom. Above it rises something older, harder, and less forgiving, Death Mountain. Its peak watches over the village like a sleeping giant. Smoke coils from its summit. Stone paths climb along its sides. The air grows warmer the higher one goes, and the friendly noise of the village slowly gives way to the deep silence of rock. This is where Link must go next. Princess Zelda has sent him to gather the remaining spiritual stones before Ganondorf can reach them. The first, the Kokiri Emerald, came from the forest, from the great Deku tree, from death, from farewell. The second lies somewhere on the mountain, in the keeping of a very different people, the Gorons. If the Kokiri are children of the forest, the Gorons are children of stone. They live within Death Mountain, in caves and chambers carved into the rock, where the earth is warm and the walls remember fire. Their bodies are heavy and round, strong as boulders, shaped for a world of cliffs, caverns, minerals, and heat. They roll across the ground with the force of falling stone. They eat rocks from the mountain. They mine, build, endure, and laugh with a rough warmth that belongs to the deep places of the earth. Hyrule is larger than Link knew. This is one of the first lessons of the second spiritual stone. The kingdom is not made of humans alone. It is a gathering of peoples, each with their own homes, customs, leaders, songs, and sacred trusts. The forest had the Kokiri and the great Deku tree. The castle had the Hylians and the royal family. Now the mountain reveals another culture entirely, proud, physical, stubborn, and bound to the land beneath their feet. The road upward begins with permission. At the gate above Kakariko, guards watch the path to the mountain. Death Mountain is not a casual place for a child to wander. It belongs to danger, to volcanic heat, to creatures of stone and fire. But Zelda's letter, carrying the authority of the royal family, opens the way. Again, Link moves between worlds because others have trusted him. The great Deku tree gave him the Kokiri Emerald. Zelda gave him her letter. Impa gave him the melody of the royal family. Each gift carries him a little farther from the forest. As Link climbs, Kakariko falls behind him. The village grows smaller beneath the path. The sound of wind changes. Grass gives way to exposed rock. The warmth in the air deepens. Death Mountain Trail curls along cliffs and ledges, watched by red stones, dry earth, and the distant mouth of the volcano. And somewhere within the mountain, the Gorons are suffering. Their trouble is simple but serious. They are truly hungry. For the Gorons, food comes from the mountain itself. They eat the rocks found in certain caverns, and among these places, Dodongo's cavern is especially important. Its stones are nourishing. Its depths belong to their way of life. But the cavern has been blocked, sealed by a great boulder, cutting the Gorons off from one of their most important sources of food. This is not just an inconvenience. For a people so tied to the mountain, losing access to the cavern is like losing access to the body of their home. And behind this suffering is the same shadow that touched the forest, Ganondorf. His influence is spreading through Hyrule in a pattern Link is beginning to understand. He does not always need to conquer a place openly. Sometimes he pressures it, starves it, curses it, places a wound exactly where a people are most vulnerable. In the forest he sought the Kokiri Emerald and punished the great Deku tree for refusing him. On Death Mountain, he seeks the Goron's ruby, the second spiritual stone. And once again, the stone is not merely an object lying in a chest. It belongs to a people, to a leader, to an old relationship between Hyrule's royal family and the cultures under its protection. To earn it, Link must do more than arrive. He must be trusted. Deep within Goron City, the home of the mountain people, the mood is heavier than one might expect from a people so strong. The Gorons are restless and weak with hunger. Their round stone bodies sit in corners, waiting, worrying, hoping for relief. The cavern is sealed. Their leader is troubled. The mountain's warmth has become a kind of pressure. At the center of this place is Darunia, chief of the Gorons. Darunia is proud, fierce, quick to anger. He does not give respect easily, and certainly not to a small child wandering in from the outside world. He is not like the great Deku tree, ancient and sorrowful, already prepared to entrust Link with a sacred task. He is not like Zelda, guided by dreams and royal urgency. Darunia belongs to stone. He is direct, stubborn, hard to move. But beneath that hardness is loyalty. He cares for his people. Their hunger weighs on him. His frustration is not vanity. It is the helplessness of a leader who cannot feed those under his care. He knows what is wrong, knows what must be done, but the way forward has been blocked by forces greater than ordinary strength. The Gorons also have a bond with Hyrule's royal family. Their leader knows the royal song. He recognizes its meaning. Zelda's lullaby can open the first door, can prove that Link has been sent with royal connection, but symbols alone are not enough to soften Darunia's heart. The mountain does not open itself to paperwork. A letter may pass a guard. A royal melody may prove authority. But trust requires something more human, or perhaps something more musical. Link carries another song with him, one that did not come from the castle, Saria's song. A melody from the forest. It came from friendship, not royalty, from the green, enclosed world of Link's childhood, from Saria, the person who made the forest feel like home. When Link plays it in the depths of the mountain, the song travels strangely through the stone, carrying with it the freshness of leaves into a place of heat and rock. Something in Darunia changes. The proud chief, heavy with worry and anger, hears the tune and begins to move with joy. It is a wonderfully gentle moment in the middle of a harsh place. Saria's song does not force trust. It does not command obedience. It does not carry the seal of the royal family. It simply reaches him. This is one of the quiet truths of Link's journey. Not every door opens through power. Some open through memory. Some through kindness. Some through the unexpected comfort of the song. Darunia's mood lifts, and with it, the path forward becomes clear. If Link can clear Dodongo's cavern and save the Gorons from hunger, Darunia will entrust him with the Goron's ruby, the second spiritual stone. The request is larger than anything Link has faced outside the forest. The great Deku tree was sacred and sorrowful, but it was also his guardian, part of his childhood. Dodongo's cavern is different. It belongs to the mountain. It belongs to heat, danger, hunger, and physical trial. This is not a wound inside a tree. It is a cavern of stone and fire. To enter it, Link must break the barrier blocking the way. The mountain's own tools become his allies. Bombs, explosive flowers, the force of shattered rock. Slowly, the sealed mouth of the cavern opens, and the warm breath of the mountain waits inside. Dodongo's cavern is a place of red stone, lava, narrow ledges, and echoing chambers. The air feels thick with heat. Firelight moves against the walls. The ground itself seems alive with old volcanic anger. Here, the danger is less hidden than it was inside the great Deku tree. The forest dungeon felt infected. This place feels awake and dangerous by nature. The creatures within are hard, reptilian, and explosive. Dodongos move through the cavern like ancient things adapted to fire and stone. They are not invaders in the same way Queen Goma felt like an invader. They seem to belong to this environment, but under Ganondorf's influence, the balance of the place has turned against the Goron. Link's trial here is physical. He must learn the language of the cavern, weight, timing, fire, distance, impact. He must throw bombs into places too dangerous to touch. He must cross lava, avoid burning breath, and understand how stone mechanisms answer to pressure and force. The forest tested his first courage. The mountain tests his body. It asks whether this small child can survive in a place built for a people of rock. And once again he does. At the deepest part of the cavern waits King Dodongo. Huge, armored, and ancient-looking, he is a creature of appetite and heat. He rolls through the chamber with crushing force, opens his great jaws, and turns the cavern into a circle of danger. He is not subtle, not ghostly, not deceptive. He is the mountain's violence given shape. To defeat him, Link must use the tools the mountain has given him. Bombs against hunger, timing against force, courage against something much larger than himself. When King Dodongo falls, the cavern is freed. The Gorons can eat again. The whole mountain exhales. And Link returns not as a stranger, but as someone who has entered the danger beneath their home and come back with help. Darunia's gratitude is not quiet. He accepts Link with the warmth and intensity of a Goron chief. He names him his sworn brother, binding the child from the forest to the people of the mountain. This matters because Link's journey is slowly becoming a web of relationships. He is not simply collecting sacred stones from separate regions. He is earning the trust of Hyrule's peoples, one by one. The Kokiri Emerald came from the great Deku tree's final faith in him. The Goron's ruby comes from Darunia's gratitude and brotherhood. Each stone carries a relationship. Each stone carries a story. Each stone represents a culture that Ganondorf tried to bend or break. The Goron's ruby itself is more than a gem. It is the spiritual treasure of the Gorons, a sacred symbol held by their leader. To Ganondorf, it was only another key. Another step toward the Triforce. Another piece of the seal he meant to break. But to the Gorons, it is part of who they are. That distinction is important. Ganondorf sees sacred things as tools. Link receives them as trusts. There, between those two ways of touching the world, the moral shape of the story becomes clearer. Ganondorf takes, pressures, curses, and starves. Link listens, helps, learns, and earns. One reaches for the Triforce through domination. The other is being led toward it through service. And perhaps this is why the spiritual stones matter before the Temple of Time. They are not only keys to a sacred door. They are tests of whether Link can move through Hyrule with humility. Whether he can step into the lives of others and understand that the kingdom is made of more than his own destiny. On Death Mountain, Link learns that saving Hyrule means saving Gorons from hunger. It means respecting Darunia's pride, hearing the worry beneath his anger, playing a song from one friend to reach another, entering a cavern because a whole people need help. The world becomes wider. The forest was childhood. The field was distance. The castle was politics. The mountain is culture, need, and trust. After receiving the Goron's ruby, Link's burden grows heavier. He now carries 2 of the 3 spiritual stones, the green of the forest and the red of the mountain, one born from farewell beneath ancient branches, one earned through heat, stone, and brotherhood. Only one still remains. Somewhere beyond the field, water waits. But before the path turns toward rivers and hidden domains, Death Mountain leaves its mark on the story. It gives Link the knowledge that Hyrule is not a single people beneath a single crown. It is many homes held together by fragile bonds. Forest children, mountain folk, royal heirs, village keepers, ranchers, guards, and soon, the graceful people of the waters. Each has their own life, their own songs, their own pain when darkness reaches them. And the darkness is reaching them all. Ganondorf's hand has touched the forest. His threat has pressed against the mountain. His hunger for the Triforce continues to move through the kingdom, searching for the keys that Link now carries. Yet the mountain has also given Link something Ganondorf cannot take by force. A trust freely offered. Darunia does not give the Goron's ruby because he has been defeated. He gives it because Link has helped his people. Because the boy from the forest has proven that courage can be small and still be strong. Because a child with a fairy, a sword, and a song walked into the fire beneath Death Mountain and returned. The road down from the mountain is quieter. Kakariko waits below, still resting between village life and old secrets. The field stretches beyond it. The castle stands in the distance. Somewhere, Zelda continues to wait behind stone walls, trusting that her plan is moving forward. And Link, still young, still silent, carries another piece of the sealed door. He has not yet seen the full danger of bringing the stones together. For now, he knows only that the Gorons are safe, that Darunia has called him brother, that Saria's song can echo even in the depths of stone, and that the next road will lead him away from fire toward water. Behind him, Death Mountain glows with its deep sleeping heat. The Gorons return to their food, their city, their strength. Darunia's pride has softened into friendship. The cavern is open once more. And in the quiet between drum beats, beneath the stone and smoke and warmth of the mountain, the second spiritual stone rests in Link's hands. After the heat of Death Mountain, the road begins to cool. The stone paths fall away behind Link. Kakariko rests again beneath the mountain's shadow. Hyrule Field opens wide beneath the sky, and somewhere beyond its grasslands, the sound of water waits. The forest gave him the first spiritual stone. The mountain gave him the second. Now the path turns toward the river. There is a softness to this part of the journey. Not safety exactly, because Ganondorf's shadow has already reached farther than anyone first believed. But after the smoke and stone of Death Mountain, the road to Zora's domain feels like a change in breath. The air grows damp. The grass thickens near the water. The sound of the river begins as a distant murmur, then becomes clearer with every step. Zora's river winds through eastern Hyrule like a silver path, carrying the world from open field toward hidden sanctuary. It is not like the roads to the castle or the mountain. Those places felt built around power, walls, gates, cliffs, guards, stone. The river feels older than all of that. It curves through the land with patient certainty, singing to itself over rocks and shallow pools. It does not hurry, does not explain where it is going. It simply moves, as water always moves, remembering every place it has touched. For Link, the river is another threshold. Kokiri Forest was enclosed and green. Death Mountain was exposed and burning. Zora's river is between worlds, open enough to invite him forward, hidden enough to feel sacred. The path follows the water upstream, past stones, ledges, and places where the river flashes beneath the light. Frogs rest near the bank. Birds and insects hum in the air. The sound of water fills the silence between Navi's small movements and Link's quiet footsteps. This is one of the loveliest parts of Hyrule's childhood journey. The world is still alive, still whole, still willing to be beautiful. And yet Link is no longer simply exploring. He is carrying 2 spiritual stones now, and with each one the secret weight of Zelda's plan grows heavier. The Kokiri Emerald and the Goron's Ruby are not ordinary treasures. They are pieces of a seal, pieces of an old protection that keeps the sacred realm beyond reach. Only one still remains. The precious Zora's sapphire. Somewhere at the source of this river, guarded by the people of the water, the 3rd spiritual stone waits. To reach it, Link must follow the river to its end, or perhaps more truly to its beginning. At the head of the waters stands a great waterfall, pouring down like a curtain between the outer world and the hidden one. Behind it lies the entrance to Zora's domain, but it does not open for anyone who merely arrives. Like so much in Hyrule, the path responds to memory, trust, and song. Link takes out the ocarina, and he plays Zelda's lullaby. The royal melody rises beside the rushing water, soft at first, then clear enough for the land itself to hear. It is the song of Hyrule's royal family, the sign that Link carries Zelda's trust. The waterfall parts, revealing the passage beyond. Again, music opens what force cannot. That has become one of the quiet languages of the journey. A song from Saria warmed the heart of Darunia. A song from Zelda opens the hidden way to the Zora. Music moves between peoples, between places, between secrets. And so Link steps through the falling water into Zora's domain. Inside, the world changes. The open river becomes a glowing cavern of stone, water, and blue light. Pools gather in smooth basins. Waterfalls pour through the air. The walls curve around the domain like the inside of a shell. The sound of water is everywhere, echoing softly from the stone until the whole place feels as though it is breathing in waves. This is the home of the Zora. They are graceful people of the water, elegant and quick, with bodies made for rivers, lakes, and hidden depths. Where the Gorons were heavy and earthy, the Zora are fluid. Where the mountain people live close to heat and stone, the Zora live close to coolness, ritual, and reflection. Their domain feels less like a village and more like a sanctuary. It has its own order, its own royal family, its own customs, its own sacred guardian. Here, Hyrule reveals another part of itself. The kingdom is not a single culture spread across different landscapes. It is a woven thing. Forest, mountain, river, castle, village, desert. Each place carries its own memory. Each people holds a different relationship with the land. Each spiritual stone rests within a living culture that understands it in a way Link is only beginning to learn. The Zora's sapphire belongs here, not in a chest, not in a ruin, not in the hands of someone who wants it for power. It belongs to the water, to the Zora, and to the royal line that guards their people. At the center of the domain is King Zora, large, formal, and slow in the way of rulers who expect the world to move around them. He sits above the flowing chambers of his kingdom. His presence gives the domain a sense of ceremony. The Zora are not scattered river dwellers. They are a people with a throne, with lineage, with customs that matter deeply to them. But the royal household is troubled. Princess Ruto is missing. At first, this part of the story may feel almost playful. King Zora is worried, but his slow movements and formal manner bring a kind of gentle humor to the moment. The search for Ruto begins with odd little details: a letter in a bottle, a message carried by water, a princess who somehow ended up where no one expected her to be. This is one of the charms of Link's childhood journey. Even as the greater darkness gathers, the world still has room for strangeness, for small absurdities, for characters who feel stubborn, dramatic, funny, or difficult in ways that make Hyrule feel lived in. Ruto is one of those characters. Princess of the Zora, she is proud, willful, and not especially interested in being treated like someone helpless. When Link finds evidence of where she has gone, it leads him not to a dungeon in the ordinary sense, but to a sacred place associated with the Zora's guardian deity. Lord Jabu Jabu rests nearby. He rests beyond the domain in a quiet fountain set apart from the main chambers of the Zora. To the Zora, Lord Jabu Jabu is no ordinary creature. He is a great protective presence, a sacred being connected to their royal family and their rituals. He is fed and honored. His existence suggests that the Zora's relationship with water is not merely practical. It is spiritual. The river is life, the domained sanctuary, and Lord Jabu Jabu is part of the sacred order that watches over them. But something has gone wrong. Princess Ruto has disappeared inside him. And within Lord Jabu Jabu, the third trial of Link's childhood begins. The shift is strange and memorable. The great Deku tree was a wounded forest guardian. Dodongo's cavern was a place of fire, stone, and hunger. Lord Jabu Jabu is different again, alive, organic, echoing with damp chambers and pulsing walls. Link is not exploring a temple or a cave, but the body of a sacred creature. The journey inside him feels dreamlike, soft and unsettling, sacred and strange, almost like being swallowed by the water's own memory. Here Link finds Princess Ruto, and she is not grateful in the way one might expect. Ruto is stubborn, imperious, and strangely funny. She insists she does not need rescuing, even though she very clearly does. She acts less like a frightened child and more like a young royal deeply offended by the inconvenience of being helped. She gives orders. She complains. She expects Link to carry her. At first, she may seem like comic relief, but the story is quietly planting something more important. Ruto is royalty. She is tied to the Zora's sapphire. She belongs to the water as Zelda belongs to Hyrule's throne. And like the others Link meets in childhood, she will matter again when time has changed everything. For now, she is part of the bright, strange texture of the early adventure, a princess inside a fish god, irritated at being rescued by a boy from the forest. But even humor in Ocarina of Time often carries a future shadow. Inside Lord Jabu Jabu, the source of the problem reveals itself as another corruption of a sacred place. The creature at the center of this disturbance is Baronade, an electric parasite lodged within the guardian's body, turning something holy into a place of danger. Once again, Ganondorf's influence is felt before he stands openly in the path. The pattern is clear now. In the forest, a curse entered the great Deku tree. On the mountain, hunger and monsters threatened the Gorons. In the waters, a sacred guardian has been infected from within. Ganondorf's search for the spiritual stones is leaving wounds across Hyrule's peoples. He does not merely chase keys. He disrupts the bonds between cultures and the sacred beings that protect them. He pressures each region at its spiritual center, turning their guardianship into suffering. This is why Link's journey matters beyond Zelda's plan. Each stone he earned requires healing a part of Hyrule. He does not take the Kokiri Emerald until the curse inside the great Deku tree is faced. He does not receive the Goron's ruby until Dodongo's cavern is opened and the Gorons can eat again. He will not receive the Zora's sapphire until Lord Jabu Jabu is freed and Ruto is safe. The spiritual stones are keys, yes, but they are also signs of trust. And trust in Hyrule must be earned through care. Link defeats the parasite within Lord Jabu Jabu, ending the corruption that troubled the Zora's guardian. When the danger passes, he and Ruto are carried back out into the light and water beyond the domain. The sacred creature is safe. The princess has returned. The third spiritual stone is within reach. But Ruto does not present the Zora's sapphire as a simple reward. To her, the jewel carries another meaning. It is not just the treasure of her people. It is also, in Zora custom, something deeply personal, a symbol tied to commitment, even engagement. And so, with all the seriousness and pride of a young princess who believes she has chosen what matters, Ruto gives the sapphire to Link. The moment is charming, awkward, and important. Link may not understand the full cultural weight of what he has received. Navi may understand enough to react. the viewer may smile at the strangeness of it. But beneath the humor, the same deeper pattern continues. The Zora's sapphire is not taken. It is freely given. Given by a princess of the water. Given after Link enters danger for her sake. Given as a symbol of trust, affection, and royal importance. Now Link carries all three spiritual stones. The green of the forest, the red of the mountain, the blue of the water, Kokiri, Goron, and Zora. Three peoples, three homes, three sacred trusts. Without fully understanding it, Link has symbolically united the old spiritual landscape of Hyrule. He has walked from the protected childhood of the forest, through the heat and brotherhood of the mountain, into the cool ritual world of the Zora. He has earned the faith of guardian, chief, and princess. The world that once seemed too large for him has begun to recognize him. Yet this is where the story becomes more dangerous, because Zelda's plan is working. And that is precisely why the danger grows. The stones are together now. The very keys Ganondorf was searching for had been gathered in one place, carried by a child who believes he is keeping them away from evil. Link has done what he was asked to do. He has helped those in need. He has listened, fought, learned, and received each sacred stone through trust. But the sealed door does not care why the keys were gathered. It waits only for their arrival. Still, before that tragedy unfolds, this moment deserves to breathe. The childhood journey is complete. The forest has given its farewell. The mountain has given its brotherhood. The river has given its promise. And water, more than any other element here, reminds us that nothing stays unchanged. The river moves from stone to field, from hidden spring to open world. It carries messages in bottles. It hides kingdoms behind waterfalls. It reflects faces that will one day look older. It remembers the shape of what passes through it, then continues onward. Water itself is memory. It keeps the sound of Saria's song after the notes have faded. It carries Rudo's letter from the depths to the shore. It moves around stone through darkness beneath light. It changes everything it touches, slowly, patiently, without asking permission. And in Ocarina of Time, change is coming. The child who entered the Zora's domain will not remain a child forever. The princess who gave him the sapphire will not remain only a stubborn girl inside a sacred guardian. The water that now sings softly through the domain will one day reflect a colder, lonelier world. But for now, the river is still singing. Zora's domain still glows with blue light. King Zora has his daughter returned. Lord Jabu Jabu rests again in his fountain. Princess Rudo's gift shines in Link's keeping. And beyond the waterfall, Hyrule waits beneath the sky. Link came to the river seeking the final spiritual stone. He leaves with more than that. He leaves having touched the third sacred culture of Hyrule's childhood age. He has seen that the kingdom is alive in many forms: leaf, flame, water. He has learned that courage is not the same in every place. In the forest, it meant answering a dying guardian. On the mountain, it meant walking into fire for a hungry people. In the domain of the Zora, it meant entering the body of a sacred being to bring back a princess who pretended she did not need saving. The 3 stones are now complete, and somewhere far away in the heart of Hyrule's power, Princess Zelda waits. The plan whispered in the castle garden is nearly fulfilled. The boy from the forest has done what she asked. He has gathered the keys before Ganondorf could claim them. Or so it seems. The river continues its quiet song as Link turns back toward the field, carrying the blue sapphire with the emerald and ruby. The sound of water follows him for a while, fading slowly behind the rocks and trees. Ahead lies the castle. Ahead lies the Temple of Time. Ahead lies the door that should not open. But beside the river, in this last soft chapter of childhood's journey, Hyrule still feels whole. Green forest, burning mountain, silent water, 3 stones in a child's hand, and a kingdom still breathing just before everything changes. The road back to Hyrule Castle should have felt like victory. Link carries the 3 spiritual stones now. The Kokiri Emerald, the Goron's Ruby, Zora's Sapphire. Forest, mountain, and water have all given him their trust. He has crossed the open field, climbed into volcanic stone, followed the river to its hidden source, and stepped into the sacred places of 3 peoples whose lives are woven into the kingdom. He has done what Princess Zelda asked of him. The keys are gathered. The path to the sacred realm can be protected. Or so it seems. Hyrule Field lies wide beneath the sky as Link returns. The grass bends softly in the wind. The castle stands in the distance, white and quiet, as though nothing has changed. Perhaps from far away the kingdom still looks peaceful. The walls still rise. The road still leads to the drawbridge. The towers still hold their shape against the clouds. But something is wrong. The air around the castle feels heavier now. Not like the warm pressure of Death Mountain. Not like the cool echo of Zora's domain. Something sharper. Something that has been waiting. As Link approaches Castletown, the day begins to darken. The sky turns strange. The road that once felt like the center of a living kingdom now feels like the edge of a storm. And then, in a sudden rush, the drawbridge lowers. A white horse bursts from the castle gate. Zelda is on it, not standing calmly in her garden, not speaking in secret beside a window, not the princess with a plan whispered beneath the quiet walls of her home. She is truly fleeing. Her face is turned back in fear. A cloak and hand move with the speed of escape. Imba rides with her, strong and silent, guiding the horse away from the castle and into the uncertain safety of the open field. For a moment, Link can only watch. The plan has broken. The secret danger has become visible. The storm Zelda saw in her dream has reached the castle at last. As she passes, Zelda sees him. There is no time to stop. No time to explain everything. No time for the careful words of the garden. Only one act remains to her. She throws something into the moat. It flashes through the air and falls into the water. The Ocarina of Time, the sacred instrument of Hyrule's royal family. The final key, kept by Zelda herself. The treasure that, together with the 3 spiritual stones, can open the way beyond the door of time. She gives it to Link in the only way she can. Not by ceremony. Not by choice made in peace, but in flight. The ocarina sinks beneath the surface, carrying with it all the weight of the royal family's trust, all the fear of Zelda's dream, and the last piece of the seal that Ganondorf has been trying to reach. Then Zelda and Impa disappear into the distance. The field grows still for only a breath, and then he comes. Ganondorf rides out of the castle on a dark horse, no longer hidden behind courtly manners or false loyalty. The man who once knelt before the King of Hyrule has thrown away the mask. There is no need for it now. The deception has served its purpose. He has moved from guest to invader, from political threat to open enemy. His presence changes the road. The world seems smaller beneath him, as though the air itself is forced to bend around his will. This is the first time Link faces him directly, not as a figure glimpsed through a castle window, not as a name spoken by a dying tree or a frightened princess, but as the living source of the shadow. Ganondorf asks where Zelda has gone. Link stands in his path, a child with a fairy, a small sword, a wooden shield, 3 sacred stones, and no real understanding yet of how far beyond him this enemy truly is. There is bravery in standing there, but bravery does not always make one strong enough. Ganondorf strikes him down with almost no effort. A gesture, a flash of dark power, a child thrown to the ground. It is a cruel reminder of scale. Link has defeated monsters. He has earned the trust of the forest, the mountain, and the water. He has carried out Zelda's plan. But Ganondorf is not Queen Gulma, not King Dodongo, not a parasite hidden inside a sacred guardian. He is the one who set the wounds in motion, the evil behind the trials. And for now, Link cannot stop him. Ganondorf rides onward, chasing Zelda into the distance, leaving Link behind beneath the darkening sky. The road to the castle becomes quiet again, but it is not the same quiet as before. It is the silence after something has broken. When Link rises, the moat waits nearby. In its water rests the object Zelda could not keep any longer. The Ocarina of Time. He reaches for it. And when he touches it, Zelda's voice comes to him like a memory carried through water. She teaches him a melody. The Song of Time. The notes are simple, solemn, and old. They do not sound like the warmth of Saria's psalm or the gentle authority of Zelda's lullaby. They feel colder, more ancient, as though they were made for stone chambers, sealed doors, and places where the present is only a thin layer over something much older. The Song of Time is not merely music. It is a command remembered by the world, a key made of sound. With the Ocarina of Time and the 3 spiritual stones, Link now holds everything needed to open the sealed way. Everything Zelda feared Ganondorf would gather. Everything the royal family hid behind ritual and prophecy. Everything that should have remained separate, guarded and out of reach. But Zelda, even in flight, still believes there is a chance. If Link can reach the Temple of Time first, perhaps he can protect the Triforce. Perhaps he can enter the sacred realm before Ganondorf. Perhaps the power can still be kept from the man who has betrayed the king and cast Hyrule into danger. It is the last hope of their childhood plan. So Link turns toward the Temple of Time. Castletown, once bright with voices and ordinary life, now feels like a place holding its breath. The road to the temple is quiet. The stone walls do not welcome him. They stand as they have always stood, cold and pale, watching another child carry another piece of destiny into their shadow. The Temple of Time is unlike the other sacred places Link has entered. The great Deku tree was alive. Dodongo's cavern burned with the heat of the mountain. Lord Jabu Jabu pulsed with strange organic mystery. The Temple of Time is still. Its silence is architectural. High stone walls rise into dimness. The air feels cool, untouched by ordinary weather. Footsteps echo softly across the floor. Light falls in narrow, sacred ways. This is not a place of villages, hunger, friendship, or childhood games. It is a place built around waiting. Waiting for the right saw. Waiting for the right stones. Waiting for the one who would come with all the keys. At the far end of the temple stands the altar. There Link places the 3 spiritual stones. The green of the forest, the red of the mountain, the blue of the water. Each one shines with the memory of the people who gave it. The great Deku tree's final trust, Darunia's brotherhood, Rudo's strange and earnest promise. They were gifts of relationship, and now they become part of a mechanism older than any one person's intention. Then Link lifts the Ocarina of Time. The Song of Time echoes through the temple. Slowly, the seal responds. Stone accepts music. Light answers memory. The 3 sacred stones awaken, and the door of time opens. For all its importance, the moment is not loud. That is what makes it feel sacred. The door does not explode apart. It does not shout. It simply opens, as if it has always known this moment would come. As if every road Link has walked has been leading here, from the forest path to Hyrule Field, from the castle garden to Death Mountain, from Zora's River back to the temple's cold stone floor. Beyond the door of time is a chamber of deep silence, and at its center rests a sword, the legendary Master Sword. It stands in the pedestal like a piece of moonlight made solid. The blade is still, untouched, waiting. This is the legendary blade of evil's bane, the sword that only the true hero may wield. It is a weapon, yes, but also more than a weapon. It is a seal, a sacred key, a line between the world of Hyrule and the hidden realm where the Triforce rests. To draw it is to cross a boundary that cannot be uncrossed lightly. Link does not yet understand that. But how could he? He is still a child. He has been told to protect the Triforce. He has seen Zelda fleeing the castle. He has felt Ganondorf's power knock him aside as though his courage meant nothing. He has gathered the stones. He has played the song. He has opened the door. And now before him the sacred sword waits. In another story, this would be the moment of triumph. The child reaches the holy blade. The hero claims his weapon. The darkness begins to fall back. But Ocarina of Time is quieter and sadder than that. Because the Master Sword is not simply a gift. It is another lock. And Link, believing he is saving Hyrule, places his hands on the key. He draws the sword from the pedestal. The moment the blade is freed, the last seal opens. The path to the sacred realm is no longer protected. The door that should not open has opened, and Ganondorf follows close. That is the tragedy at the center of the first half of the story. Link and Zelda were right about Ganondorf's danger. They were right to fear him. They were right to understand that he wanted the Triforce. But they were young, and the sacred machinery of Hyrule was older and more dangerous than either of them knew. They thought that by gathering the keys, they could keep them from him. Instead, they brought the keys together. They thought that by opening the way first, they could stop him. Instead, they opened the way for him. Ganondorf could not enter the sacred realm by himself. He needed the spiritual stones. He needed the Ocarina of Time. He needed the door of time opened and the Master Sword drawn from its pedestal. Link does all of this before him. Not out of greed. Not out of pride. Not out of any desire for power. Out of deep trust. Trust in Zelda. Trust in the great Deku tree. Trust in the belief that courage, once set in motion, would naturally lead towards salvation. But courage without understanding can still open the wrong door. The sacred realm lies beyond the world's ordinary shape, a hidden place where the Triforce has been kept away from mortal hands. It is the spiritual center of Hyrule's deepest myths, a realm of divine inheritance and terrible possibility. Whoever touches the Triforce reaches toward a power that can answer the heart. And Ganondorf's heart is ruled by hunger. As Link draws the Master Sword, his own body cannot bear the role the world has placed upon him. He is the one chosen to wield the blade, but he is still too young, too small, too early. The sword recognizes the hero, but time does not. And so Link is sealed away. The chamber slips from him. The temple fades. The world he knew begins to recede like a dream sinking beneath dark water. His childhood does not end gradually. It is taken from him in a single sacred instant. The forest boy reaches for the sword, and time closes around him. Outside, Ganondorf enters the sacred realm. He places his hands upon the Triforce, the divine power he has sought from the beginning. But his heart is not balanced. Power dominates him. Wisdom and courage do not rest equally within his soul. So the Triforce splits. The peace that matches his deepest nature remains with him. The Triforce of power. And with that power, Ganondorf's ambition becomes catastrophe. The kingdom that Link tried to save is left defenseless before the very enemy he meant to stop. Hyrule's sacred protections have been undone. The false ally has become a conqueror. The sealed realm has been opened. The Triforce has been touched. And the child who opened the door is no longer awake to see what happens next. This is the moment where the story changes. The adventure of childhood ends here. The journey through forest, mountain, and water had the shape of a fairy tale. A young hero leaves home, earns sacred gifts, helps strange peoples, and follows a princess's plan to protect the kingdom. There was danger, but also warmth, friendship, humor, nouns rain, songs beside rivers, dancing Gorons, a stubborn Zora princess, a wide field beneath the afternoon sky. All of that belongs to the first dream of the game. The dream before the door. Beyond the door of time, the dream breaks. What follows will be darker, quieter, emptier, real Benet. The same places will return, but changed. The people Link met as a child will be older, lost, hidden, imprisoned, or waiting in ways they could not have imagined. The castle town that once filled the air with voices will become a place of the dead. The kingdom that seemed alive beneath the sun will fall under the rule of the man from the desert. And Link will awaken to a world that moved on without him. That is why the Temple of Time feels so cold. It is not only a sacred place, it is the place where childhood stops. The place where good intentions fail. The place where a boy does exactly what he believes destiny requires and unknowingly gives the villain the final thing he needs. There is no easy blame here. Zelda was trying to save Hyrule. Link was trying to help her. The great Deku tree sent him onward because the danger was real. Ganondorf was already moving, already deceiving, already corrupting the sacred places of the kingdom. And still the tragedy happens. That is what makes it feel old, almost mythic. No single innocent choice causes the fall. The disaster forms from prophecy, fear, secrecy, ambition, and the terrible timing of destiny. Children are placed at the center of forces too ancient for them to understand, and by the time they realize the shape of the trap, the door has already opened. The stones have been placed. The song has been played. The sword has been drawn. The sacred realm lies exposed. And Ganondorf, smiling in the dark behind all their efforts, steps through. For Link, there is only sleep now. A long, unnatural sleep. The kind that does not rest the body, but carries it across years. The kind that holds a child in silence while the world outside changes into something unrecognizable. The last things of his childhood remain scattered behind him. Saria's Ocarina, Melon's song, Darunia's laughter, Ruto's sapphire, Zelda's frightened face as she fled the castle, the feel of the Master Sword beneath his hands. Then even those memories fade into the stillness of the sacred realm. And in the Temple of Time, the pedestal stands empty. The door has opened. The hero has vanished. The King of Thieves has found the power he sought. And Hyrule begins to fall. When Link draws the Master Sword, the world disappears. The cold stone of the Temple of Time fades away. The open door, the sacred altar, the 3 spiritual stones, the pale light around the blade, all of it slips beyond reach. There is no battle, no cry of victory, no chance to turn back. No moment where the child from the forest understands the mistake before it is too late. Only silence. A deep, heavy silence. Older than the temple. Deeper than sleep. Wider than the space between one heartbeat and the next. Link has done everything he was asked to do. He carried the Kokiri emerald from the dying great Deku tree. He earned the Goron's ruby beneath Death Mountain. He received the Zora's sapphire from Princess Ruto beside the waters of her people. He met Zelda in the castle garden, learned the danger of Ganondorf, and followed the path that seemed to lead towards saving Hyrule. He gathered the keys. He opened the door of time. He drew the sacred sword. And because of that, the sacred realm opened. But the Master Sword is not an ordinary weapon. It does not answer only to need or fear or good intentions. It is a blade made for the true hero, the one destined to oppose the darkness when Hyrule's need becomes greatest. Link is truly chosen, but he is still a child. His courage is real, yet his body is not ready. His spirit has reached the threshold, but the world he must face has become too heavy for the boy he still is. The sword can recognize him, but it cannot send him forward as he stands. So time takes him. Or perhaps time holds him. The child who reached for the blade is sealed away in the sacred realm, preserved until he is old enough to carry the title waiting for him. The hero of time. It sounds grand, almost glorious, when spoken as a legend. but the truth beneath it is sadder. Link does not grow into adulthood the way others do. He does not wake each morning a little taller. He does not pass slowly through seasons, birthdays, friendships, mistakes, and ordinary days. He does not learn what it means to become older by living through the years. 7 years are taken from him. His body changes while his life is suspended. His childhood does not continue. It does not gently end. It is simply interrupted. Somewhere beyond ordinary waking, Link sleeps. And outside that sleep, Hyrule falls. Ganondorf enters the sacred realm after him. The path that had been sealed for generations now lies open. The protections that stood between mortal desire and divine power have been undone. Ganondorf, who had waited behind deception and pursued the keys through violence and corruption, finally reaches the object at the center of his ambition, the Triforce. The golden relic of power, wisdom, and courage. But the Triforce does not simply become whole in the hands of a divided heart. Ganondorf's spirit is not balanced. His desire is vast but narrow. He does not seek wisdom. He does not seek courage in the humble sense, the courage to face darkness without being consumed by it. He seeks total dominion. So when he touches the sacred power, it fractures. Power remains with him. The Triforce of power. A golden piece matching the strongest force within his soul. With it, Ganondorf becomes more than a king of thieves, more than a dangerous ruler from the desert, more than a deceiver in the court of Hyrule. He becomes the king of evil. And the realm that had reflected sacred possibility becomes darkened by the heart that entered it. The catastrophe Zelda feared has arrived. The plan whispered in the castle garden has failed. The children tried to keep Ganondorf away from the Triforce, but the door they opened became his path. The sword Link drew became the final key. The sealed realm did not stay sealed, and Hyrule, left without its young hero, had to endure the consequences. And 7 years pass. Slowly for the kingdom. Instantly for the sleeping boy. This is the strange cruelty of time in Ocarina of Time. For Link there is silence. No fields. No forest. No mountain heat. No river song. No Saria waiting by the bridge. No Milan singing at the ranch. No Zelda in the garden. No chance to watch the days change one by one. But for everyone else, those 7 years are real. People grow older. Places darken. Fear becomes ordinary. The kingdom learns to live under Ganondorf's shadow. Castletown, once full of voices, loses its life. The castle itself is transformed into a place of evil, a dark fortress rising where royal power once stood. The roads of Hyrule remain, but they no longer feel innocent. The sacred places Link helped as a child are drawn again into danger, their peace twisted by curses, monsters, and decay. The world continues without him. That is part of the sorrow. The hero is being prepared, but Hyrule is not being spared. In the silence where Link sleeps, there is a chamber of light. The Chamber of Sages. It exists apart from the ordinary world, a sacred place within the deeper spiritual architecture of Hyrule. Here, the noise of the fallen kingdom cannot enter in the same way. The terror of Ganondorf's rule is distant, like thunder heard through stone. Light gathers in the emptiness. Time feels slow, almost motionless. And there, Link is watched over by Rauru. Rauru is the Sage of Light, an ancient guardian connected to the Temple of Time in the Sacred Realm. He understands what has happened. He understands why Link could not awaken immediately. He understands that the boy who drew the Master Sword had to be sealed away until his body could match the destiny his spirit had already reached. Rauru waits through the years, and when the time finally comes, he speaks to Link. Not to the child who first entered the temple, to the young man who now awakens. Link opens his eyes. The long silence ends. But the boy from the forest does not return exactly as he was. He is taller now, stronger, changed. The Kokiri clothes remain, but they no longer look like the clothes of a child among children. The Master Sword, once too great for him in every hidden sense, is now his to wield. His hands can hold it. His body can bear it. The destiny that once closed around him now opens again. He has become the hero of time. And yet, this awakening is not triumph. It is pure disorientation. Because Link has not lived the years that shaped him. He has no memories of becoming older. No long road between childhood and adulthood. No gradual understanding. He wakes into a body that time has prepared for him, while his heart still carries the last clear memories of being a child. The temple. The sword. Zelda fleeing the castle. Ganondorf riding after her. The ocarina sinking into the water. The song of time echoing through stone. For him, all of it may feel close. For Hyrule, 7 years have passed. This is why the title Hero of Time feels both beautiful and cruel. Link can move through time. He is chosen by time. He will become the one who travels between childhood and adulthood. But first, time has wounded him. His lost years cannot be recovered in the ordinary way. He can return to the shape of childhood later, through the power of the Master Sword and the Temple of Time, but he cannot simply live those 7 years as they should have been lived. Something has been suspended. Something has been skipped. Something natural has been taken and replaced with destiny. Childhood once interrupted becomes a place he can revisit but not truly return to. Rauru tells him what happened. Ganondorf entered the sacred realm. He obtained the Triforce of power. He used that power to conquer Hyrule. The world Link knew has been transformed. The young hero must now awaken the sages. These sages are the key to sealing Ganondorf away. They are guardians tied to the sacred temples of Hyrule, and their power is needed to resist the evil that now rules the land. but they are not gathered. They are not ready. Each must be found. Each must awaken to their role. And so the journey begins again, not as a child gathering stones, as an adult restoring a broken kingdom. The purpose of the story changes here. Before, Link sought keys to open a door. Now he must find people powerful enough to close one. Before, he moved through Hyrule while it was still alive and peaceful. Now he must walk through what remains. Before, the world was wide because he had never seen it. Now the world is wide because it has become wounded in every direction. Rauru sends him back to the Temple of Time, and Link returns to the chamber where everything changed. The Master Sword is with him now. The pedestal stands behind him. The door of time remains open. The sacred stillness of the temple is no longer the stillness before a mistake, but the stillness after one. The temple has become a point between two lives. Childhood behind him. Adulthood before him. Both connected by the blade. When Link steps out into Hyrule, the truth of Rauru's words begins to take shape. The kingdom is not the same. The air feels darker, heavier. The bright world that once stretched out before him has grown strange. Even before he sees every ruined place, the silence tells him something has gone terribly wrong. The market, once full of voices, is no longer a place of ordinary life. It is now haunted. The people are gone. Re-dead stand where townsfolk once walked. The lively square that taught us Hyrule was worth saving has become one of the first images of its fall. This is not just a visual change. It is an emotional collapse. The game makes Link and the viewer return to a place they remember. That memory is the wound. This was where people laughed, where shops opened, where children ran, where Hyrule felt human and alive. Now it is cold. Beyond it, where Hyrule Castle once stood, Ganondorf's dark fortress rises. The symbol of royal power has been replaced by the symbol of conquest. The man who once bowed before the king now rules from the heart of the land. His false loyalty has been revealed for what it was. His patience has become domination. Hyrule's center has been taken, and Link slept through it. That is the burden he carries now. Not guilt exactly. He was a child. He was manipulated by forces larger than himself. Zelda's plan failed because Ganondorf was waiting for the door to open, not because Link desired anything wrong. But stories of destiny rarely spare the innocent from consequence. Link must repair a world that changed while he was powerless to stop it. Then, in the Temple of Time, a stranger appears, Sheik. Wrapped in mystery, moving with quiet certainty, Sheik seems to belong to the shadows of Hyrule's hidden history. The face is partly covered. The voice is calm. The presence is neither fully comforting nor threatening. Sheik knows things Link does not. speaks as though time, memory, and destiny are woven together in ways Link must learn to hear. Sheik becomes his guide. Not like Navi, who woke him in the forest and fluttered beside him with urgency. Not like Saria, who tied him to home. Not like Zelda, who asked for help from the castle garden. Sheik feels like a figure of the ruined world, a messenger from the years Link missed. Sheik tells him that he must awaken the 5 remaining sages, beginning with the one in the forest temple. The evil that Ganondorf has spread through Hyrule is concentrated in its sacred places. Each temple has become a knot of corruption, and each sage waits somewhere within the destiny of that place. The forest must be first. Of course it must, because the journey began there. The hero of time, newly awakened, must return to the home he left as a child. But now he returns as an adult. That is the quiet pain of it. The Kokiri do not grow older. The forest does not understand time the way Hyrule Field does. Saria, his dearest friend, remains tied to the green world of childhood. Link, however, has changed. Or rather, time has changed him without letting him live the change. The road ahead will make him face that difference again and again. Places from childhood will return like dreams with darker colors. Friends will reappear as people caught in the machinery of sacred duty. Each awakening sage will feel like a victory, but also like another farewell. The sages are needed to save Hyrule. But becoming a sage means leaving ordinary life behind. Link is not the only one whose childhood will be transformed into destiny. This is the deeper sorrow of the adult journey. When Link was a child, he gathered stones from leaders and guardians. As an adult, he will awaken friends into sacred roles. Saria, Darunia, Ruto, Impa, Nabooru, and finally Zelda. Each name belongs to a person. Each person belongs to a place. Each place has already been introduced in its peaceful form, so that now, when darkness gathers there, we understand what is at stake. The story has become larger, but also more personal. The hero of time is not saving an abstract kingdom. He is trying to save the forest where Saria waited, the mountain where Darunia called him brother, the waters where Ruto gave him the sapphire, the village protected by Impa's people, the desert haunted by Ganondorf's own origins, the princess whose dream began all of this. 7 years of silence have turned the first half of the journey into memory, and memory will guide the second half. This is why the time skip is so powerful. It does not simply age the character. It changes the meaning of everything we have seen. Hyrule Field is no longer just open space. It is the road between what was and what remains. Castletown is no longer just a market. It is the clearest sign that the kingdom has fallen. The Temple of Time is no longer just a sacred building. It is the hinge between childhood and loss. The Master Sword is no longer only a legendary blade. It is the object that took Link away from his own life so he could return strong enough to save others. And Link himself is no longer simply the boy without a fairy. He is the hero of time. But the title does not erase the boy. Somewhere within him, the child from Kokiri Forest is still there. The child who stood before the great Deku tree. The child who listened to Saria's farewell. The child who crossed Hyrule Field for the first time beneath a wide sky. That child has not grown up naturally. He has been carried across 7 years like a note held too long in an empty room. Now the note is released, and the world hears it. Link stands in the ruined age of Hyrule with the Master Sword in his hands, Navi beside him, and Sheik's words lingering in the air. The task before him is no longer to gather sacred stones. That part of the legend is over. The bright pilgrimage of childhood is ended behind the door of time. Now he must awaken the sages. He must enter the temples. He must undo the corruption Ganondorf has spread. He must gather the spiritual power needed to seal the king of evil away. But before all that, there is a moment of stillness. A young man in green stands where a child once stood. The temple is quiet. The bells of time seem far away. The sword rests in his grip as though it has been waiting for him all along. Outside, Hyrule is broken. Inside, the silence of 7 years is ended. And from that silence, the hero of time awakens. When Link steps out of the Temple of Time, Hyrule is waiting for him. But it is not the Hyrule he remembers. The temple behind him is still cold and silent. The Master Sword rests in his hands. Navi's light hovers nearby, familiar and small against the weight of the new world. For a moment there may be a part of him that expects the old sounds to return. The voices of Castletown. The footsteps in the market. The warm noise of people living ordinary lives beneath the protection of the castle. But those sounds are gone. The town outside the temple has fallen into ruin. Castletown, once the bright human heart of Hyrule, is now emptied of its life. The stalls are broken. The square is gray. The streets that once carried laughter, trade, gossip, games, and movement now hold only a terrible stillness. The cheerful market where Link first felt the kingdom breathing has become a place of dread. And in the plaza, the dead remain standing. Re-deads haunt the square like memories that cannot leave. They move slowly, stiffly, with a horror that feels almost too quiet. They do not chase like wild beasts. They simply exist in the place where people used to gather. Their presence turns the old market into something colder than a battlefield. A battlefield still suggests struggle. Castletown feels as though struggle has already ended. This is what Ganondorf's rule has done to the center of Hyrule. It has not merely defeated the kingdom, it has hollowed it out. The town still has walls. The streets still remember where people walk. The buildings still stand in broken shapes. But the life has been removed. That is the first lesson of the adult world. Hyrule has not simply changed. it has been occupied. The difference truly matters. This is not a natural passage of time where children grow older, towns expand, rulers change, and roads wear down beneath the years. 7 years have passed, but the age Link wakes into is not just the future. It is a wounded version of the present he tried to save. Ganondorf has taken the heart of the kingdom. Where Hyrule Castle once stood, the symbol of royal order and protection, there is now a dark fortress. Ganondorf's castle rises over the land like a wound in the sky. The old castle, with its white stone walls and guarded gardens, belonged to a world of ceremony, monarchy, secrecy, and fragile peace. It was the place where Zelda dreamed of danger and where Ganondorf pretended loyalty before the throne. It represented the kingdom's confidence in itself. Now that symbol is gone. In its place stands a fortress shaped by conquest. Dark, severe, and deeply unnatural. It does not watch over Hyrule. It wholly dominates it. The man who once knelt before the king now rules from the place where the king's power used to be. His false loyalty has completed its transformation into open control. What was hidden in the castle garden has become visible across the land. Ganondorf did not only seek the Triforce, he used it to remake the kingdom around himself. And Link slept while it happened. That knowledge follows him like a shadow. He was sealed away because he was too young to become the hero. His sleep was necessary. Without those 7 years, he could not wield the Master Sword. Without the Master Sword, he could not face the King of Evil. But necessity does not soften the sight of ruin. The adult Hyrule feels like a punishment for a mistake Link did not understand he was making. Every broken place becomes a reminder of the door of time. Every haunted street echoes with the moment the sword left the pedestal. Every silence says, the world continued without you. And the world suffered. Beyond the ruins of Castle Town, Hyrule Field still stretches wide beneath the sky. But even the field feels different now. As a child, Link crossed it with wonder. It was the first great open space beyond the forest, filled with distance, sunlight, and possibility. The field made Hyrule feel enormous and alive. It connected every place, castle, village, ranch, mountain, river, lake, and desert. Now the field feels lonelier. The grass still moves. The roads still curve. The mountains still stand at the horizon, but the openness no longer feels innocent. The space between places has become emptier, more exposed. The kingdom's geography is the same, yet its meaning has changed. That is one of the quiet powers of this story. It sends Link back through places we already know, then lets time reveal what has happened to them. The field is familiar enough to hurt. Kakariko village remains, but it has changed in purpose. As a child, Link first saw Kakariko as a threshold beneath Death Mountain, a place of cuckoos, rooftops, villagers, secrets, and old graves. It stood between daily life and hidden history. It was humble, strange, and quietly alive. In the adult age, Kakariko becomes something more urgent, a refuge. With Castle Town destroyed and the castle transformed into Ganondorf's fortress, Kakariko gathers survivors beneath the mountain. People who once belonged to the bright center of Hyrule now live in the village's smaller, rougher safety. The kingdom has contracted. Its public heart is gone, and life has retreated into the places that can still endure. Kakariko's old strangeness remains, but now it carries responsibility. The village is no longer merely a place on the way to Death Mountain. It is one of the last visible signs that ordinary life still survives. There are still rooftops, still fences, still people trying to continue, still the shadow of the mountain above them. But now the village feels more vulnerable, more important. A shelter at the edge of a broken kingdom, standing between the ruins below and the ancient dangers buried beneath its own soil. In a world occupied by Ganondorf, survival itself becomes a kind of resistance. Farther across the field, Lawn Ranch has also changed. The ranch once felt like one of the warmest places in Hyrule. It was not royal, sacred, or mysterious. It was ordinary in the best way. Horses, milk, fences, sunlight, melon song, Talon's sleepy kindness, and Epona running freely through the grass. It was a place where the world seemed gentle. Now, under Ganondorf's rule, that gentleness has been twisted. Ingo controls the ranch. The same Ingo who once worked there, resentful and overlooked, has used the new order to raise himself above those who trusted him. With Ganondorf's favor, he has taken power over the place, pushing Talon aside and turning the ranch's warmth into something harder and more possessive. This is a smaller story than the fall of Castle Town. But this matters deeply. Ganondorf's power does not only reshape castles and sacred realms. It changes the lives of ordinary people. It rewards cruelty. It gives petty ambition room to grow. It allows someone like Ingo to turn a home into a possession, and a peaceful ranch into another place where fear lives quietly beneath the surface. Malon remains there, caught inside the changed shape of her own home. And Epona remains there too. Epona is one of the clearest links between the child world and the adult world. When Link first met her, she was a young horse in a sunlit ranch, drawn to Malon's song. She was part of the peaceful Hyrule that existed before the door opened. She belonged to the softness of childhood's journey, music, grass, care, and trust. Now in the adult world, she becomes something more. A companion, a memory that can still move, a piece of the old Hyrule that has not been completely lost. When Link returns to Lawn Ranch and plays Epona's song, the past answers. The melody carries across the years. It reaches the horse who knew it as a foal, and in that recognition, something broken becomes briefly whole. Epona remembers. The song remembers. Link remembers. This is how music works in Ocarina of Time. Songs are never just melodies. Songs become the bridges between people, between places, between memory and action. between childhood and adulthood. Saria's song carried friendship from the forest into the heart of Death Mountain. Zelda's lullaby opened paths through royal trust. The Song of Time unlocked the door of time and changed the fate of Hyrule. Epona's song restores a bond from the peaceful world and gives Link a companion for the broken one. The songs hold what time tries to separate. And now that Link has awakened as the hero of time, the meaning of music grows even deeper. Because Link's journey is no longer confined to one age. The Temple of Time and the Master Sword allow him to move between childhood and adulthood. By returning the sword to its pedestal, he can become a child again. By drawing it once more, he can return to the adult world. This is not merely a gameplay device. It is the heart of the story's sorrow. Link can move through time, but he cannot undo his lost years in a simple, innocent way. He can revisit the past, but he carries knowledge from the future. He can stand again in the body of a child, yet he knows the market will one day be haunted, the castle will fall, and the people he meets may be waiting for him in pain 7 years later. The past is no longer pure. The future is no longer distant. Both are joined through Link, through the temple, through the sword, and through the songs that teach the world how to open itself. This creates one of the most haunting feelings in the entire legend. As a child, Link acts in a world that is not yet fallen. As an adult, he walks through the consequences of what was set in motion. And between those two ages, he begins to understand that Hyrule cannot be saved by simply longing for what it used to be. The peaceful world must be remembered, but the ruined world must be healed. That is the new mission. The task of gathering spiritual stones is over. Link has already opened the door. Ganondorf has already entered the sacred realm and taken the Triforce of power. The kingdom has already fallen into his shadow. Now the hero of time must awaken the sages. To do that, he must enter the temples of Hyrule. The sacred places of the adult world are not simply old buildings waiting to be explored. They are centers of spiritual corruption. Ganondorf's evil has settled into them like poison in deep water. Each temple holds a wound. Each region of Hyrule is affected by what has happened there. The forest is troubled. The mountain is threatened again. The waters have frozen or fallen into despair. The shadows beneath Kakariko stir. The desert hides its own resistance and its own history. The sages are connected to these places, but they are not yet awakened. Their power is needed to seal Ganondorf away, but each one must first be found, freed, or revealed through the trials that wait inside the temples. This means the second half of the journey will be more personal than the first. As a child, Link earned stones from Hyrule's cultures. As an adult, he must return to those cultures and face what time, evil, and destiny have done to them. He must go back to the forest where Saria waits. Back to Death Mountain, where Darunia's people are again in danger. Back to the waters tied to Ruto and the Zora. Back to Kakariko, where Impa's duty reaches into the shadows. Back toward the desert, where Ganondorf's own people are not so easily reduced to his evil. The world after time is not new territory in the simple sense. It is remembered territory, and remembered places hurt differently. This is why the adult Hyrule feels so powerful. It does not replace the child world. It haunts it. Every road has two meanings now. Every familiar landmark carries a before and an after. Every song can call up a version of the world that may no longer exist. Castletown is the clearest wound, but it is not the only one. The castle's transformation shows the fall of royal power. Kakariko's survival shows how ordinary people adapt when the center collapses. Lon Lon Ranch under Ingo shows how evil filters into everyday life. Epona's return shows that not everything from childhood has been lost. The Temple of Time shows that Link's life has been split between ages. And Hyrule Field, lying between all of them, becomes the space where memory and ruin meet. Link rides across it now, not as the small boy who first stepped out from the trees, but as the hero of time. Epona carries him over the grass with a grace that feels like relief. The field is still wide, but he is no longer crossing it alone on foot. The horse from his childhood runs beside him beneath a sky that has seen everything change. There is comfort in that. A deeply fragile comfort. Because even in a broken kingdom, some bonds endure. The adult Hyrule is filled with loss, but it is not empty of hope. That distinction is important. If the kingdom were only dead, there would be nothing to save. But Hyrule is wounded, not erased. Survivors remain. Songs remain. Sacred places remain beneath their corruption. The sages can still awaken. Zelda's dream has not ended in total darkness. And Link has awakened. The world changed while he slept. Now he must move through it awake. And this time he cannot be guided only by childhood trust. He must carry memory, grief, and understanding. He must see what Ganondorf has done, not as distant evil, but as something written into streets, villages, homes, and faces. The market's silence tells him. The fortress tells him. Kakariko's refuge tells him. Lon Lon Ranch tells him. Epona's recognition tells him. 7 years were real. They happened to everyone else. And the hero has arrived late. That late arrival gives the adult quest its melancholy. Link is not preventing the fall anymore. He is walking through its aftermath. He is not protecting the castle from betrayal. The betrayal has already succeeded. He is not keeping Ganondorf away from the Triforce. Ganondorf already holds the Triforce of power. The question now is different. Can a broken kingdom be restored? Can sacred places be purified? Can the people Link met as a child become the sages needed to seal the darkness away? Can the songs of the past guide him through a future that has become almost unrecognizable? This is the new shape of the legend. No longer a child's pilgrimage through a living kingdom. Now a quiet journey through ruins, memory, and sacred duty. The hero of time stands between two Hyrules. one still green in memory, one darkened beneath Ganondorf's rule. He can move between them, but he belongs fully to neither. The Kokiri Forest raised him, but he was never truly Kokiri. Childhood held him, but time took it away. The adult world needs him, but he did not live the years that brought it to ruin. So he becomes what the story needs him to be, a bridge between past and future, between song and silence, between the child who opened the door and the hero who must now close the darkness behind it. The road ahead leads first to the forest, back to the beginning, back to dear Saria, back to the place where a boy without a fairy once slept beneath the leaves, before Hyrule Field opened before him, before Castle Town fell silent, before the Master Sword took 7 years and returned him to a world in ruins. The wind moves across the field. Castle Town stands empty behind him. Ganondorf's fortress rises where the castle used to be. Kakariko holds the displaced and the living. Lon Lon Ranch waits under a false master. The songs remain fragile and powerful, carrying pieces of the past through the darkness. And Hyrule has changed. But it has not stopped breathing. And as long as it breathes, the hero of time still has a path to follow. The first place Sheik sends Link is the forest. After all the years that have passed, after the castle has fallen and the market has emptied, after Hyrule Field has become lonelier beneath the same wide sky, the road leads back to where the story began, Kokiri Forest. For Link, the return is quiet and strange. The trees are still there. The soft green light still falls through the leaves. The wooden houses still rest above the forest floor. The paths still curve in familiar ways, as though the world has been waiting in the same shape all this time. But Link is not the same. He left this place as a child. He returns as a young man. The forest has remembered him, but it has not grown with him. That is the first ache of this chapter. The Kokiri are still children. They have not passed through the years as Link has. Their bodies remain small. Their voices still belong to childhood. Their lives still circle the same green paths beneath the guardianship of the forest. To them, time is gentle. To Link, time has been a wound. He stands among them now, taller than before, carrying the Master Sword, wearing the shape of adulthood without having lived the years that should have brought him there. In this place, more than anywhere else, the difference is impossible to ignore. The boy without a fairy has returned, but he no longer looks like a boy. And the forest, which once made him feel different because he had no fairy, now makes him feel different because he has changed too much. Some of the Kokiri may not recognize him. Some may feel afraid. Some may sense that he belongs to their memories, but not to their present. This is the sorrow of coming home after time has moved strangely. The houses remain. The trees remain. The paths remain. Yet home is not only a place. It is also the person you were when you lived there. And that child is no longer waiting in the doorway. The great Deku tree is gone. His absence still rests over the forest like a shadow beneath the leaves. The ancient guardian who once knew Link's true origin, who gave him the Kokiri Emerald, who sent him toward Hyrule Castle, has long since fallen silent. In his place, the forest feels smaller and less protected, as though something sacred has been removed from its center. Ganondorf's darkness has not left the forest untouched. The first temple Link must face lies beyond the village, beyond the familiar paths, deeper into the old mystery of the woods. The ancient Lost Woods. As a child, the Lost Woods felt like a boundary between play and danger. A place of hidden paths, strange music, and secret clearings. It was near enough to home to feel familiar, but deep enough to feel like another world. The forest seemed to fold in on itself there, turning travelers around, leading them through echoes, asking them to listen rather than simply walk. Now, as an adult, the Lost Woods feel different. The paths are the same, but the feeling has changed. The music that once seemed playful now carries a sadness beneath it. The trees seem taller. The shadows seem deeper. The turns feel less like a game and more like a memory trying to confuse him. Every passage is familiar and unfamiliar at once. That is what time has done. It has not erased the forest. It has made the familiar strange. Somewhere within the Lost Woods is the sacred forest meadow, the place where Saria once sat with her ocarina, surrounded by green stillness and the quiet heart of childhood. For Link, Saria is not simply another person from the past. She is the warmth of Kokiri Forest given a voice. She is the friend who accepted him before anyone spoke of destiny. The one who gave him the fairy ocarina at the edge of the woods, asking him to remember her when he left. And he did remember. Her song traveled with him. It softened Darunia's anger in the mountain. It carried the forest into places of stone and heat. It became one of the earliest signs that music could hold friendship across distance. Now Link follows that memory back to its source. But Saria is not waiting in the clearing as she once was. She has gone to the forest temple. She felt the call of something deeper in the woods. The same sacred pull that now draws Link forward has drawn her as well. The forest is troubled, and Saria, more than anyone, belongs to its heart. This is where the adult journey begins to reveal its cost. As a child, Link met people who gave him gifts, songs, help, or trust. As an adult, he returns to find that those people have become part of Hyrule's destiny. The world does not simply ask Link to save strangers. It asks him to lose friends into sacred roles. Saria's path leads into the forest temple, hidden beyond the meadow where childhood once felt safe. To reach it, Link must pass through guardians and overgrown stone, moving deeper into the woods than before. The forest no longer feels like a cradle. It feels old, haunted, and watchful. Then the temple appears. The forest temple is unlike the warm wooden spaces of Kokiri Forest. It feels like a mansion abandoned inside a dream. Stone walls rise among trees and shadows. Corridors twist inward. Courtyards open beneath dim light. Ivy crawls across surfaces that seem to have been waiting for years. Doors lead into chambers filled with silence, dust, and strange movement. It is a place where the forest has swallowed something human, or perhaps where human architecture has been claimed by the forest, until neither one feels fully natural. It is strangely beautiful, and it is deeply lonely. The temple feels like memory turned into a house. Every room holds an echo. Every hallway feels like it has forgotten the footsteps that once crossed it. Every sound seems to travel farther than it should. This is not the playful green world of Link's childhood. It is the shadow beneath it. A haunted reflection of the forest he loved, shaped by time, corruption, and the sorrow of returning too late. The enemies inside feel spectral, theatrical, and strange. Poe-sisters drift through the halls, stealing light and drawing Link deeper into the temple's gloom. Paintings seem to watch him. Stairways twist impossibly. Rooms turn in ways that feel less like architecture and more like a mind remembering itself incorrectly. The forest temple is not simply a place to conquer. It is a distorted memory of childhood. That is why it belongs first. Before Link can save the mountain, the water, the village, or the desert, he must return to the place where he was a child and discover that even memory can become haunted. And at the center of this haunting waits a shadow of Ganondorf. He is Phantom Ganon. He is not Ganondorf himself, but a projection, an echo, a false form moving through the temple's darkness. He rides through paintings like a nightmare, passing between frames, appearing and vanishing, never fully present until he chooses to strike. There is something fitting about him being here. Ganondorf's true body sits in power elsewhere, ruling from his dark fortress, but his influence reaches into sacred places through shadows and imitations. Phantom Ganon is the shape of that influence inside the forest, a copy of the King of Evil haunting a temple of memory, turning Saria's home into a place of fear. In the forest, Ganondorf does not need to stand in person. His shadow is enough. Link faces Phantom Ganon in a chamber that feels like a twisted gallery, a place of images and illusions. The battle is not simply strength against strength. It asks Link to watch carefully, to distinguish false movement from true danger, to answer a phantom with patience. The child who once fought Queen Goma inside a dying tree has changed. He now carries the Master Sword. He now bears the title Hero of Time. He now stands against the fragment of the evil that conquered Hyrule. And still, the feeling beneath the battle is personal. Because this is Saria's temple. Her forest, her fate. When Phantom Ganon falls, the corruption begins to lift. The haunted mansion releases some of its hold. The temple's silence changes. What was twisted begins to settle back into sacred stillness. And then Link learns what this journey has truly cost. Saria awakens as the Sage of Forest. The friend from childhood, the girl who gave him the ocarina, the one whose song carried warmth across Hyrule, is revealed as one of the sages needed to seal Ganondorf away. This is a victory, and it is also a farewell. Saria's awakening means that she has a sacred role beyond ordinary life in the forest. She is no longer only the friend waiting in the meadow. She becomes part of the spiritual power that Hyrule needs to survive. Her love for the forest, her connection to Link, her place in the story, all of it rises into something larger than childhood friendship. But larger does not always mean kinder. For Link, the awakening of a sage is not like collecting another object. It is not the same as receiving the Kokiri emerald, or the Goron's ruby, or the Zora's sapphire. Those stones were precious, and each one carried trust. Yet they were still things he could hold in his hands. Saria cannot be held that way. She becomes more distant. Not gone completely, but changed into a form of presence that belongs more to destiny than to daily life. The story asks us to feel that difference. A sage is not simply an important character. A sage is someone with a life, a home, a voice, and a bond to Link. Someone he knew before the world called them sacred. That is what makes the adult temples so bittersweet. Each one brings Hyrule closer to salvation, but each one also takes someone familiar and binds them to the great work of sealing evil away. The people Link met in childhood are not left untouched by destiny. They are drawn into it just as he was. Saria's awakening is the first sign of this pattern. The friend who represented home becomes the sage of forest. And Link, who returned hoping to save the forest, must accept that saving it means letting Saria become something beyond the childhood they shared. There is a quiet cruelty in that. When he left Kokiri Forest as a child, Saria stood at the edge of the woods and gave him the fairy Ocarina. It was a small, intimate gift, a piece of home to carry into the unknown. She remained behind, rooted in the place where children did not grow up. Now Link returns after 7 stolen years and finds that Saria too must leave ordinary childhood behind. Not through rage, through destiny alone. The forest does not let go of its children easily, but Hyrule's need is greater than the forest's dream of eternal youth. Saria gives Link her medallion, the symbol of her awakened power. Again, he receives something sacred from someone he cares about. But this gift feels different from the old ocarina. The ocarina was memory. The medallion is duty. The first tied him to childhood. The second ties them both to the fate of the kingdom. After the temple is cleansed, Link is returned to the forest's quiet. Yet nothing about the forest can feel exactly as it did before. The curse has been lifted, but innocence does not return simply because danger has passed. The Kokiri remain children. The lost woods continue to whisper. The trees still shade the paths. But Saria is now a sage. And Link is now someone who understands what that means. The forest remembers her. It remembers the girl who sat in the meadow with her song. It remembers the friend who trusted Link before he understood himself. It remembers the sound of the ocarina beneath the leaves. And Link remembers too. That memory becomes part of what carries him forward. This chapter matters because it turns the adult quest inward before it sends Link outward. The first temple does not take him to some unknown land. It returns him to the emotional center of his childhood. It forces him to see that the past can be changed by forces that arrived while he was gone. It teaches him that the people he loves are not protected from destiny simply because they were once part of home. The hero of time has awakened. Now the sages must awaken too. But awakening in this story often resembles loss. When Link leaves the forest again, he carries the first medallion and the first true farewell of the adult journey. The path ahead will lead him back to Death Mountain, back to Darunia, back to the Gorons and the fire beneath the stone. Other friends will be waiting there, caught in their own trials, pulled toward their own sacred roles. The pattern has begun. Forest first, memory first, Saria first. Behind him, Kokiri Forest settles into its green hush. The wooden houses remain. The Kokiri children continue beneath the trees, untouched by age in the ordinary way. The lost woods still fold their paths into mystery. Somewhere deeper within them, the forest temple stands cleansed but quiet, like a haunted memory finally allowed to sleep. And somewhere beyond ordinary sight, Saria watches as the sage of forest. No longer only the girl at the meadow. No longer only the friend from childhood. Now part of the power that may one day seal Ganondorf away. For Link, the forest has become both home and farewell. The place that raised him. The place that could not keep him. The place where his first friend became the first sage. He came back to save the forest. He leaves understanding that Hyrule will ask for more than courage. It will ask for memory, for sacrifice, for the willingness to keep walking after the people he loves are lifted beyond the life they once shared. The wind moves softly through the leaves. Somewhere, Saria's song lingers, and the forest remembers. After the forest, the road turns back toward the mountain. Death Mountain rises over Hyrule as it always has, but now its presence feels more dangerous than before. As a child, Link climbed its slopes into heat, smoke, stone, and hunger. He learned the strength of the Gorons, the stubborn pride of Darunia, and the deep warmth hidden beneath the mountain's rough surface. Back then, the Gorons were starving because Dodongo's cavern had been sealed. Now, 7 years later, the danger is worse. The mountain is not merely troubled, it is being used. Ganondorf's rule has reached into the heart of Death Mountain and turned its sacred fire against the people who belong there. The Gorons, once strong and loud, once rolling through their city with laughter and stone-heavy joy, have been taken. Their home feels hollow. Their chambers echo differently now. The warmth of the mountain has become fear. Goron City, which once carried the weight and rhythm of a living people, feels empty, too empty. The great spaces carved into the rock still remain. The passages still curve around the inner mountain. The walls still remember the voices of the Gorons. But voices are not enough. A city is not only stone. It is the people who move through it, the meals shared, the arguments, the songs, the heavy footsteps, the ordinary life that fills a place until it becomes home. And now that life has been taken away. Ganondorf's cruelty is becoming clearer. He does not only sit in his fortress, waiting at the center of the ruined kingdom. His power spreads outward, region by region, into the places Link once saved as a child. He does not merely rule Hyrule from above. He reaches into its cultures, its temples, its food, its protectors, its leaders, and its sacred bonds. The forest was haunted. The mountain is imprisoned. This is tyranny made specific, not a vague darkness over the land, not a distant evil spoken of in prophecy. A people taken from their home, a sacred temple turned into a prison, an ancient monster awakened as punishment and threat. The Gorons are being held inside the fire temple. And there, deep within the mountain, Darunia has gone ahead. The proud chief who once refused to trust Link until music softened his anger. The leader who danced to Saria's song, who laughed with the intensity of stone breaking open, who called Link his sworn brother after Dodongo's cavern was saved. He is older now, as the rest of the world is older, but his nature remains. Darunia does not wait for perfect conditions. He does not stand aside while his people suffer. He does not ask someone else to bear the risk that belongs to him. He enters the fire temple to face the danger himself. At the heart of this danger is Volvagia, an ancient dragon of Death Mountain, revived by Ganondorf's power. Volvagia is more than a monster placed in Link's path. He is a threat drawn from the mountain's own history, something old and terrible awakened to terrorize the Gorons. His presence turns legend into a weapon. Ganondorf does not simply bring evil from outside. He reactivates buried fears and uses them against the people who remember them. That makes Volvagia especially cruel. He is not random destruction. He is a nightmare from the mountain's past, brought back to punish the mountain's people. The Gorons know what he means. The old stories know what he means. Darunia knows what he means. And still the chief goes forward because his people are trapped and someone must stand between them and the fire. Link follows close behind. The entrance to the fire temple lies within the volcanic depths of Death Mountain, close to the heat that gives the place its sacred danger. As he approaches, the air thickens. The stone glows with a buried red. The sound of the mountain is lower here, almost like breathing. Not the light breath of wind across Hyrule Field, a deeper breath. The slow, heavy breath of fire beneath stone. The fire temple is both prison and sanctuary. Its architecture belongs to the Gorons, to the mountain, to ritual and ancient strength. But Ganondorf's evil has changed its meaning. Where sacred fire might once have represented endurance, warmth, and the heart of the earth, it now becomes a threat. Lava waits below narrow paths. Locked cells hold Gorons who should be free. Heavy doors and stone mechanisms turn the temple into a place of confinement. This is one of the clearest signs of what Ganondorf does to Hyrule. He twists what already exists. The forest became haunted memory. The fire temple becomes sacred space turned into captivity. Link enters not only to defeat a monster, but to rescue a people. That gives this temple a different emotional weight. In the Forest Temple, the sorrow centered around Saria and the loss of childhood. In the Fire Temple, the sorrow is communal. The Gorons are not hidden symbols or distant spirits. They are prisoners. One by one, Link finds them locked away in chambers deep within the temple. Each rescued Goron becomes a reminder that this is not only about destiny or prophecy. It is about saving lives. The adult quest can sometimes feel grand and spiritual, awakening sages, gathering medallions, sealing the king of evil. But here, the task is immediate. The Gorons must be freed before Volvagia is unleashed against them. Ganondorf has threatened to feed them to the dragon. There is no abstraction in that. The mountain's people face extermination. And Darunia, knowing this, has gone ahead without the legendary hammer, without certainty, without waiting for the hero to solve everything. He steps into danger because leadership for him means more than rule. It means responsibility. In that, he mirrors Link. Both of them act before they are fully ready. Link drew the Master Sword before he understood the cost. Darunia enters the Fire Temple before he has the weapon needed to defeat Volvagia. Both of them are brave. And both bravery and desperation can look very similar when someone you love is in danger. As Link moves through the Fire Temple, he finds the signs of an older heroic story embedded within the mountain. The temple holds memories of a past battle, of a legendary weapon once used to defeat the dragon long ago. The ancient Megaton Hammer. It is not elegant like the Master Sword, not royal like the Ocarina of Time, not delicate like the spiritual stones. It is heavy, simple, ancient in a blunt physical way, a tool of impact, the kind of weapon that belongs to stone, labor, and force. Something that feels as though it could have been lifted by a hero of the Gorons, or kept within the mountain as a relic of the time when Volvagia was first defeated. It carries the weight of inherited courage, the old strength of those who faced the dragon before. When Link finds it, he is not merely gaining another item. He is taking up the mountain's own answer to its ancient fear. The Megaton Hammer belongs to the logic of this place. The forest asks Link to navigate illusion and memory. The Fire Temple asks him to strike the earth, break stone, press switches, free prisoners, and carry the force needed to face something that rises from lava and legend. Here, courage is physical. It is weight in the hands, heat on the skin, stone underfoot, a door opened for someone trapped behind it. The deeper Link goes, the more the temple feels like a slow descent into pressure. The lava glows below. Flames breathe from walls. The air shimmers. The sound of distant eruption seems to move through the chambers like a heartbeat. And all the while, Volvagia waits. When Link finally reaches the dragon, the battle feels ancient before it begins. Volvagia emerges from the lava like a memory of the mountain's wrath. Long, serpentined, fiery, and terrible, he moves through the chamber with the violence of something that should have remained buried in legend. His body coils through heat and smoke. His head rises from the earth, striking and vanishing, as though the volcano itself has given him passage. This is the monster Ganondorf revived, the weapon he turned against the Gorons. The old nightmare brought back into the waking world. Darunia went ahead to face him, but Darunia could not defeat him alone. This does not make the Goron chief weak. It makes him human in the way heroes often are, even when they are made of stone and pride. He acted because someone had to act. He stepped forward without knowing if he could win. And so does Link. Again and again he strikes. The battle with Volvagia is a battle of timing, patience, and impact. Link watches the holes in the volcanic ground. He waits for the dragon to rise. He brings down the hammer with all the force the mountain has entrusted to him. Fire erupts. Stones fall. The dragon circles above and below, turning the chamber into a place of danger on every side. The master's sword may be the blade of evil's bane, but here it is the hammer that feels like the soul of the fight. The mountain's weapon against the mountain's revived terror. When Volvagia finally falls, the threat to the Gorons ends. The fire does not disappear. Death Mountain remains a place of heat and danger, as it should. But the corrupted purpose of that fire is broken. The temple is no longer a prison for Ganondorf's cruelty. The Gorons are saved from the fate prepared for them. The mountain breathes differently, not softly. Death Mountain never breathes softly, but more freely. Then Darunia awakens. Like Saria before him, he is revealed as one of the sages needed to seal Ganondorf away. Darunia becomes the Sage of Fire. And again, victory carries farewell inside it. This is the second awakening, and with it the pattern becomes unmistakable. The friends and leaders Link met during childhood are not merely returning to thank him. They are being drawn into sacred roles that remove them from ordinary life. Their cultures are saved, but their closest bonds with Link are transformed. Saria became the Sage of Forest. Now Darunia becomes the Sage of Fire. The mountain chief who called Link brother must now stand as one of the spiritual pillars of Hyrule's resistance. This is beautiful and sad, because Darunia was not only an important figure. He was a person with a people, a city, a son, a temper, a laugh, and a fierce love for the Gorons. He was the leader who heard a forest song and found joy in it. The one who gave Link the Goron's ruby, not as a cold transaction, but as a sign of brotherhood. His awakening means his strength will help save Hyrule. But it also means he belongs now to something larger than the mountain's daily life. The sages are necessary, yet each one is a kind of loss. Link does not collect their power as though gathering stones. He witnesses that transformation. He sees people he knew become part of the sacred machinery required to undo Ganondorf's rule. And every time it happens, the cost of saving Hyrule becomes clearer. The kingdom is not saved by one hero alone. It is saved by many people surrendering ordinary futures to extraordinary duty. Darunia's heroism is especially important because it shows that Link is not the only brave soul in Hyrule. The title Hero of Time belongs to Link, but courage is not his alone. Darunia does not wait in a safe place for Link to rescue everyone. He moves first. He faces Vol'aja because his people are at risk. He accepts danger because leadership without sacrifice would mean nothing. In that way, Darunia and Link stand beside one another. Both are protectors. Both are tied to sacred duty. Both step into danger before the outcome is certain. The difference is that Link's path continues outward, while Darunia's path rises into the role of sage. The mountain keeps his memory. It remembers his anger, his laughter, his pride, his brotherhood, his willingness to enter the fire. And now, through him, the fire itself becomes part of Hyrule's hope. The fire medallion is given to Link, carrying Darunia's awakened power. Like Saria's medallion before it, it is a symbol of progress toward Ganondorf's defeat. But it is also a reminder of the people behind that progress. Forest and fire now stand with Link. Memory and strength. Saria and Darunia. Two sages now awakened. 4 still to come. When Link leaves the Fire Temple, Death Mountain feels changed again. The immediate danger is past. The Gorons are no longer trapped for Vol'aja's hunger. Their city can fill once more with movement, voices, and the heavy warmth of life inside the rock. But the world is not healed yet. Ganondorf still rules from his fortress. Castle Town remains ruined. The temples still call from across the kingdom. The waters of Hyrule are troubled. Kakariko's shadows have not yet been fully revealed. The desert still waits with its own history, its own resistance, and its own connection to the King of Evil. The mountain has been saved from one cruelty, but others remain. This is what the adult journey teaches slowly, region by region. Ganondorf's power is not a single darkness sitting at the center of the map. It is a system of wounds. He harms each place according to what it is. He turns the forest into a haunted memory. He turns the mountain into a prison. He turns water into stillness and ice. He stirs the shadows beneath Kakariko. He corrupts the desert through the legacy of his own rule. To defeat him, Link must do more than reach his castle. He must undo the damage spread throughout Hyrule's living body. And each healing requires a return to people he once knew, a return to places that shaped him, a return to childhood bonds now altered by time. The mountain's fire remains behind him as he descends, not gone, not tame, not made harmless, only restored to itself. And that is enough. Death Mountain is not meant to be gentle. The Gorns do not need a soft world. They need their home returned to them. They need their sacred spaces freed from Ganondorf's cruelty. They need their leader's sacrifice to matter. And so it does. The road down toward Kakariko is warm with volcanic air. The stone under Link's boots feels familiar now, but familiarity in the adult world always carries memory. He remembers climbing here as a child, carrying Zelda's letter, seeking the second spiritual stone. He remembers Darunia's anger turning into joy. He remembers the Gorn's ruby, the cavern, the first time the mountain called him brother. Now he carries the fire medallion. The shape of the bond has changed, but the bond remains. Somewhere beyond ordinary sight, Darunia stands as the sage of fire. Somewhere in the mountain, the Gorons begin again. Somewhere in the ruined kingdom, Ganondorf's rule has lost one more hold. The hero of time continues. Not because the path is clear, but because, like Darunia, he has learned to move before certainty arrives. Behind him, the fire temple cools into sacred quiet. The dragon is gone. The prisoners are free. The mountain breathes. And in the deep red glow beneath Death Mountain, the fire remembers its sage. After the fire, the road turns cold. Death Mountain fades behind Link, its red stone and deep heat giving way once more to the open field. The air changes as he rides. The volcanic warmth leaves his clothes. The sound of the mountain settles into memory. Ahead, beyond the grasslands and the rivers, the waters of Hyrule are waiting. But the waters are not as they were. As a child, Link followed Zora's river through a world of movement and song. The river curled through the land like silver thread, guiding him toward the hidden waterfall and the blue-lit sanctuary beyond it. Zora's domain had felt elegant, secret, and alive. Water fell from high stone ledges. Zora moved through the pools with quiet grace. King Zora sat in his ceremonial place, and Princess Ruto, stubborn and proud, turned a strange rescue into a strange promise. The domain belonged to flow, to echo, to ritual, to the soft, constant motion of water over stone. Now when Link returns, that motion is gone. Zora's domain is frozen. The blue light remains, but it is colder now. The pools have hardened. Waterfalls are locked in place, suspended as if time itself has forgotten how to move. The chambers that once rang with falling water feel still and pale. The home of the Zora, once fluid and graceful, has become a silent cavern of ice. It is a different kind of ruin from Castle Town. Castle Town was emptied. Death Mountain was imprisoned. Zora's domain has been stopped. We're a people of water. This is a terrible fate. The Zora are shaped by movement. Their bodies, their culture, their home, and their sacred places all belong to rivers, lakes, currents, and depth. To freeze their domain is not simply to make it cold. It is to strike at the nature of the people who live there. It turns their world against itself. It transforms sanctuary into stillness. Ganondorf's cruelty is different in every region. In the forest, memory became haunted. In the mountain, sacred fire became captivity. Here, water becomes silence. This is what Link finds when he returns to the place of the third spiritual stone. Not the shining domain of childhood. Not the proud King Zora watching over his people. Not Princess Ruto scolding him from inside Lord Jabu Jabu. Only ice and absence. The frozen domain teaches Link something before anyone speaks. Time has not merely passed. It is settled over places in ways that match their deepest vulnerabilities. The Zora's world, once defined by flow, has been locked in a long, cold pause. And Princess Ruto is missing again. But this time, the feeling is different. As a child, Ruto's disappearance had a strange humor to it. A princess trapped inside a sacred guardian, insisting she needed no help, demanding to be carried, giving orders with the confidence of someone who believed the world should obey her. There was danger then, but also comedy. Childhood still had room for absurdity. Now the absence of Ruto carries the weight of 7 years. Link is not searching for a stubborn child inside Lord Jabu Jabu. He is searching for someone who has grown through the same years he lost. Someone who has lived in the adult world, suffered under Ganondorf's rule, and come to understand duty in ways childhood could only pretend to. The path to her begins in cold. The ice cavern lies beyond Zora's domain, a place where the freezing curse gathers into sharper form. It feels like a passage between the old water kingdom and the darker trial waiting beneath Lake Hylia. The cavern glows with blue ice, narrow paths, frozen chambers, and the brittle quiet of a world held too long below warmth. Every sound seems clearer there. A footstep on ice, a breath in cold air, the soft chime of crystals, the distant drip of water that is not yet fully frozen. The ice cavern is not as grand as the temples, but it matters. It is a transitional place, a cold threshold. The domain is frozen, the lake is suffering, and Link must pass through the stillness before he can descend into the deeper wound. Here he finds King Zora trapped beneath red ice. The once slow, formal ruler of the Zora has been reduced to immobility, preserved in a cruel parody of his own ceremonial stillness. Link frees him with blue fire, another strange piece of Hyrule's dreamlike logic, cold undone by flame that burns blue, ice melted by something beautiful and unnatural. From King Zora, Link receives the Zora tunic, allowing him to breathe beneath water. And elsewhere in the cavern he finds the iron boots, heavy boots. Not graceful, not elegant, not made for speed. They are tools of descent. With them, Link can sink beneath water rather than float above it. He can walk along the bottom of lakes and temples, moving through depth as though crossing a buried road. They change his relationship to water. As a child, water was something he approached, swam through, or entered briefly. Now, as an adult, he must go down into it. That difference is important. The adult journey is not content with surfaces. It asks Link to descend into the places where Hyrule's wounds have settled. With the iron boots and the Zora tunic, Link turns toward Lake Hylia. The lake, like the domain, has changed. Once it was one of Hyrule's gentler places, wide water beneath open sky, a place of fishing, quiet shores, sunlight, and reflection. It was tied to the river, to the Zora, to the natural flow of the kingdom. Water moved from hidden domain to open lake, connecting sanctuary with landscape. Now the lake is drained and weakened. Its water has fallen away, exposing emptiness where depths should be. The surface rests lower than it should. The land around it feels abandoned, as though some great breath has been drawn out of the world and never returned. The lake has not frozen like Zora's domain. Instead, it has been diminished. Between the frozen domain and the drained lake, the full wound becomes clear. Hyrule's waters have been interrupted at every level. Source and basin, river and depth, royal sanctuary and open landscape. The kingdom's flow has been broken. And at the bottom of Lake Hylia stands the water temple. The descent to it is one of the most symbolic moments in the adult journey. Link puts on the iron boots. The world changes. Sound becomes muffled. Movement slows. Light bends above him. The lake closes over his head. He sinks. There is something lonely about walking underwater. The body wants to rise, but the boots pull it downward. The world above remains visible, but distant. Every step feels deliberate. Every movement asks for patience. This is the mood of the water temple before Link even enters it. Depth. Slowness. Weight. The water temple is built around these feelings. Inside, it becomes one of the most intricate and patient trials of the journey. Its chambers are layered vertically, filled with water that must be raised and lowered. Doors open from different levels. Paths appear, vanish, and return depending on the height of the water. The temple does not rush Link. It makes him wait, observe, remember, and understand how one action changes the entire structure. The forest tested his perception through illusion. The fire temple tested his courage through heat and rescue. The water temple tests patience. It asks him to think in depth, not only left and right, forward and back, but above and below. What was unreachable at one water level may open at another. A door seen earlier may matter later. A hallway crossed once may need to be crossed again under different conditions. In this way, the temple itself becomes a reflection of time. The same place changes depending on the state of the world around it. Just as Hyrule Field feels different between childhood and adulthood, the water temple feels different each time the water rises or falls. The room remains, but its meaning changes. A path that seemed useless becomes necessary. A familiar chamber becomes strange when seen from below. This is a temple of memory, and water is the perfect element for it. Water holds images, but never firmly. It reflects faces, then breaks them apart with the smallest movement. It carries messages. It erodes stone. It remembers the shape of what contains it, then escapes when it can. It can soothe, hide, drown, freeze, or cleanse. In the water temple, water becomes all of these things at once. Somewhere inside waits Princess Ruto. When Link meets her again, she is no longer the child from Lord Jabu Jabu. The years have changed her in the way they changed everyone except him. She has grown into a princess, carrying the weight of her people's suffering. The playful arrogance of childhood has not entirely vanished, but it has deepened into something more serious. She remembers Link. She remembers the promise. The Zora's sapphire, given when they were children, carried the meaning of engagement in her eyes. Back then, the moment was awkward and almost funny. Link received the stone as one more sacred key, while Ruto understood it as something personal. A child's dramatic vow wrapped inside royal custom and genuine affection. Now, in the adult world, that old promise returns with a sadder shape. Because Link did not live the 7 years between them. For Ruto, time passed. She grew older. Her domain froze. Her people suffered. The boy she once gave the sapphire to vanished from the world. For Link, the promise feels only a short distance behind him, tied to a childhood that was interrupted rather than completed. Their relationship has become uneven, not through betrayal but through time. That is one of the quiet tragedies of this chapter. Ruto speaks with the memory of a bond that has aged. Link carries the memory of one that has barely had time to breathe. Still, the affection remains. The connection matters. And beneath her pride, Ruto's duty is clear. She did not come to the water temple merely to wait. Like Saria and Darunia, she has been drawn toward the sacred role waiting for her. She belongs to this water, this people, this wound in Hyrule's spiritual body. The temple calls to her because the fate of the Zora is tied to the fate of the waters. And the waters are corrupted. As Link moves deeper, the temple becomes stranger. Keys, currents, statues, rising water, sinking corridors. All of it folds into a slow, submerged puzzle. The pace is different from the fire's urgency. Here, danger does not always roar. Sometimes it waits in stillness. Sometimes it hides behind reflection. Then Link enters a room unlike the others. A wide, pale space. Shallow water stretches across the floor like glass. A single tree stands in the distance, dark and still beneath an impossible sky. The room feels too quiet, too empty, almost peaceful in a way that cannot be trusted. And there, Link meets himself. His shadow, Dark Link. At first, the figure appears as a shadow, a reflection-given body. Another Link, silent and watchful, standing where no one should be. He mirrors the hero's shape without carrying his light. He's familiar and wrong, like a memory seen through black water. This battle is one of the most symbolic moments in the temple. Dark Link is not Ganondorf. Not a dragon. Not a parasite. Not a ghost of the forest or a beast of the mountain. He is Link's own image turned against him. The water temple, with all its reflections and depths, forces the hero to face a shadow shaped like himself. That shadow may represent many things at once: doubt, fear, the violence required by heroism, the child and adult selves divided by time, the possibility that even courage casts a shadow when placed under enough pressure. For a story about a silent hero, this confrontation speaks loudly. Link does not argue with his reflection. He fights it. In the still water beneath the pale sky of that impossible room, the hero of time faces the dark outline of what he might be, what he fears, or what the journey has made of him. The battle is intimate, unsettling, almost lonely. When Dark Link falls, the temple continues, but the feeling remains. Hyrule's wounds are not only outside Link, they are reflected inside the journey itself. Every temple changes him. Every farewell leaves a mark. Every return to childhood and adulthood divides his sense of self a little further. The deeper he goes, the more the water asks him to understand what lies beneath the surface. At the heart of the water temple waits Morpha, a strange, fluid creature of living water, or something controlling water from within. It does not feel like an animal in the way Volaja did, or a ghostly projection like Phantom Ganon. Morpha is corruption taking the shape of the element itself. The water has become hostile. It reaches. It coils. It grabs. It turns the temple's sacred element into a weapon. This is the final distortion of the Zora's world. Their home was frozen. Their lake was drained. Their temple was twisted into confusion and depth. Now at the center, water itself rises against the hero. Link fights Morpha in a chamber surrounded by deep pools, where the creature extends itself in long transparent forms, dragging danger out of what should have been life-giving. The battle is less about heat or direct force and more about control, distance, timing. The effort to pull the source of corruption out from the element it hides inside. When Marfa is defeated, the temple's hold breaks. The waters of Hyrule can begin to return. Lake Helia rises again. That restoration matters deeply. After the haunted market, after the frozen domain, after the drained lake, seeing water return feels like a breath. The kingdom has not been fully saved, but one of its essential rhythms has been restored. Flow returns where stillness and emptiness had taken hold. Then Ruto awakens. Princess Ruto becomes the Sage of Water. And once again, the victory opens into farewell. The child who once handed Link the Zora's Sapphire as a symbol of engagement now stands in a sacred role beyond ordinary promise. Her affection for Link remains part of the scene, but destiny has changed the meaning of everything between them. The sapphire once suggested a future imagined through childhood, misunderstanding, and royal custom. The medallion she gives now belongs to a different future. A future where she must stand with the sages. A future where Link must continue alone. A future where their bond becomes part of Hyrule's salvation rather than a life they could share. That is the sadness of Ruto's chapter. Her childhood promise is not mocked or erased. It is transformed. What once seemed like comic affection becomes, in adulthood, a memory of what time has made impossible. The boy she chose vanished for 7 years. The kingdom fell. Her people suffered. And when he returned not as someone free to belong to her world, but as the hero of time, moving from temple to temple, awakening those he once knew into sacred duty. Ruto accepts her role. Like Saria, like Darunia, she becomes part of the power that may one day seal Ganondorf away. But becoming a sage means leaving behind the simpler shape of the relationship she once imagined. The water medallion carries her trust, her memory, and her farewell. For Link, it is another victory that cannot be held without sadness. The pattern is now clear enough to hurt. The people who gave him stones in childhood are becoming sages in adulthood. The gifts he once received as a child are returning as medallions of sacred duty. The friendships and promises of the first journey are being lifted into the spiritual architecture of the second. Saria became forest. Darunia became fire. Ruto becomes water. Each one saves Hyrule. Each one is lost to ordinary life. When Link leaves the water temple, Lake Hylia is no longer empty in the same way. The water has risen. The surface reflects the sky again. The land around it feels less abandoned. The world has regained a piece of itself. Still, the cold memory of Zora's domain remains. The frozen halls, the trapped king, the missing people, the silence where waterfalls once sang, all of it lingers. Healing Hyrule is not instant. The damage of 7 years cannot be undone by one temple's purification as though nothing happened. Restoration begins, but memory remains. That is how water works in this story. It returns, but it remembers. It remembers the river where Link followed the sound upstream. It remembers the waterfall that opened to Zelda's lullaby. It remembers Lord Jabu Jabu, Princess Ruto, and the blue jewel given with childish seriousness. It remembers the lake when it was full, then empty, then full again. It remembers the reflection of Link facing his own shadow. And now it remembers Ruto as sage. The road ahead will lead away from water and toward darker places. The next wound in Hyrule is not elemental in the same way as forest, fire, or water. It lies beneath Kakariko, in the village of survivors and secrets where the shadows of Hyrule's own history begin to stir. But for a moment, beside Lake Hylia, the world can breathe. The water has risen. The temple is cleansed. The princess beneath the water has awakened. And the hero of time carries another medallion, another farewell, another piece of the kingdom's hope. He is saving Hyrule. But Hyrule is teaching him that saving a world does not mean returning it untouched to what it was. The river cannot flow backward into childhood. The lake may refill, but the years remain. The promise may be remembered, but its meaning changes. The princess may smile, but she now belongs to the sages. So Link turns from the water and continues. Behind him, Lake Hylia reflects the sky. Somewhere beyond sight, Ruto watches as the Sage of Water. And deep beneath the surface, where sound moves slowly and memory drifts like light through blue darkness, the kingdom begins to flow again. After the water rises again in Lake Hylia, the road leads back to Kakariko. At first, this may feel like a return to safety. Kakariko village has become one of the few places in adult Hyrule where life still gathers. Castletown has fallen silent. Hyrule Castle has been replaced by Ganondorf's dark fortress. Lon Lon Ranch has felt the pressure of corrupt rule. The forest, mountain, and waters have each carried their own wounds. But Kakariko remains. A village beneath Death Mountain. A refuge for those who survived the fall of the kingdom. A place of rooftops, steps, fences, lamps, and ordinary voices trying to continue beneath an extraordinary darkness. Yet Kakariko has always been more than it first appeared. Even as a child, Link could feel that. It was never only a village. It stood at the foot of the mountain, close to the graveyard, close to the royal family's hidden history, close to the people known as the Sheik. It was a place where daily life and buried secrets existed side by side. Kokos wandered the paths. Villagers worked in the open air. The wind moved softly between houses, and nearby the dead rested beneath old stones. Kakariko was always a threshold between the living and the dead, between the common world and the royal family's secrets, between sunlight and shadow. Now in the adult age, that shadow begins to move. When Link returns, something terrible happens, and the village burns. Not completely, not in the way of a battlefield consumed by open war, but with a suddenness that feels like an old seal breaking. Fire rises in the night. The air fills with panic. The familiar village, the place that had become a shelter for survivors, is thrown into fear. And from beneath Kakariko, something escapes. Bongo Bongo. A dark presence. An ancient evil. A thing that had been sealed away below the village, below the well, below the ordinary life people tried to build above it. At first, Link cannot understand the full shape of what he has seen. The creature is strange, powerful, and almost formless in its violence. It bursts from the hidden places beneath the village as though the past itself has torn open the ground. And Impa is there, Zelda's protector, the Sheikah warrior, the one who taught Link Zelda's lullaby and guided him away from the castle after his first secret meeting with the princess. Impa has always belonged to duty, where Saria represented the warmth of childhood, and Darunia the proud strength of the mountain, and Ruto the promise and depth of water. Impa belongs to watchfulness. She is tied to the royal family, to hidden knowledge, to protection performed in silence. And Kakariko is connected to her. The village was once under Sheikah Kur. It carries their history, their secrecy, their burden. The darkness beneath it is not random. It is part of a story Hyrule has kept buried. When Bongo Bongo escapes, Impa goes after it. Not because victory is certain, because someone must act. Again, the pattern repeats, but with a darker shade. Saria was drawn to the forest temple. Darunia entered the fire temple to save his people. Ruto descended into the water temple because the fate of the Zora's waters called to her. Now Impa follows the shadow beneath Kakariko. The protectors of Hyrule do not wait for Link to arrive. They act. They go ahead. They step into danger because duty reaches them before safety does. And Link must follow. But to face the shadow, he needs to understand what cannot be seen. That is the heart of this chapter. The truth of Kakariko is hidden below the surface. To reach it, Link must return to the past. He must become a child again. The Master Sword allows him to move between the two ages, but this power is never simple. Each return to childhood feels less like a clean escape and more like stepping into a memory with knowledge that does not belong there. The child body returns, but the innocence does not. Link now knows what Castle Town will become. He knows what waits in the temples. He knows that Ganondorf will rule. He knows that the people he meets may be drawn into destiny. So when he returns to Kakariko as a child, the village is peaceful in appearance, but no longer innocent in meaning. The well stands there, ordinary at a glance. A stone opening in the village, quiet and easily overlooked. The kind of place people pass by without thinking too much about what lies below. But in Kakariko, ordinary things often rest above buried histories. The bottom of the well is one of the most unsettling places in Hyrule. Not because it is loud, because it is hidden. Beneath the village, below the daily life of its people, there is a place of damp stone, false walls, invisible paths, and old fear. It feels less like a natural cavern and more like a secret someone tried to forget. A structure made to conceal, imprison, or test. The air is stale. The silence is close. The darkness seems to press against the walls. This is not the sacred sadness of the forest, not the volcanic danger of the mountain, not the patient depth of the water. This is something colder, a place where Hyrule's own shadow has been stored. The bottom of the well introduces one of the most important ideas in this part of the journey. The world cannot be understood by sight alone. There are walls that are not walls, floors that lie, rooms that hide themselves, dangers that remain invisible until the right truth is revealed. To move through this place, Link must learn to see differently. That is where the lens of truth enters the story. The lens of truth is a strange and powerful object. It does not defeat evil by force. It does not burn, cut, or break. It reveals. It shows what is hidden beneath illusion. It uncovers false walls, invisible platforms, secret passages, and enemies that cannot be trusted to appear as they are. In a different chapter, such an item might feel like a tool for puzzles. Here, it becomes symbolic. Because Kakariko's darkness is not only monstrous, It is concealed. The village above survives because much has been buried below. The royal family's protectors, the Sheikah, have guarded Hyrule for generations, but guarding a kingdom often means living close to secrets. Some secrets protect. Some secrets rot. Some secrets become shadows when left too long beneath the ground. The lens of truth teaches Link that saving Hyrule now requires more than courage and strength. He must look at what the kingdom hides. This is a major shift in the story. Until now, Ganondorf's corruption has often appeared as something that invades or twists sacred places. A parasite in the great Deku tree. Hunger and monsters on Death Mountain. Frozen water in Zora's domain. Haunted halls in the Forest Temple. Prison and dragonfire in the Fire Temple. But beneath Kakariko, the darkness feels older. It suggests that Hyrule had shadows before Ganondorf became King of Evil. He may awaken them. He may use them. He may benefit from their release. But he did not invent every darkness in the kingdom. Some of it was already there. Buried, sealed, waiting. That is what makes this chapter so important to the lore. It complicates Hyrule. The kingdom is not purely innocent, with evil only arriving from the desert. The royal family has its secrets. The Sheikah have their burdens. Kakariko is built above something frightening. The shadow beneath the village belongs to Hyrule's own history. The lens of truth allows Link to see through deception, but it also asks the viewer to understand the kingdom differently. Light and darkness are not always separated cleanly by geography. Hyrule's castle can fall. Its royal family can make mistakes. Its protectors can carry hidden grief. Its villages can be built above sealed horrors. And still, Hyrule is worth saving. Perhaps more so because saving it means facing the truth of it. After Link gains the lens of truth, the path leads back to adulthood. Back to the burning memory of Kakariko. Back to Imba's pursuit of the escaped shadow. Back to the graveyard where the entrance to the Shadow Temple waits. The Shadow Temple lies beneath the village and its dead. It is one of the darkest sacred places in Hyrule. Even its entrance feels like a warning. The path is not bright. It does not invite. It requires the royal melody, fire and truth. It asks Link to bring together what he has learned, Zelda's connection to the royal family, the fire that reveals the way, and the lens that shows what lies hidden. Inside, the temple feels less like a place of worship and more like a record of suffering. Stone corridors stretch through darkness. Invisible paths cross empty spaces. Skulls, hands, blades, and hidden traps fill the chambers. The temple seems to speak in whispers about death, punishment, secrecy, and the hidden violence of the kingdom's past. This is not darkness from outside Hyrule. This is Hyrule's own shadow. The Sheikah, long tied to the royal family, are often understood as protectors, guardians in the dark, watchers from the edge of history. But protection can demand terrible closeness to what others never see. They know the paths beneath the village. They know the things that were sealed. They know that kingdoms, even good ones, cast shadows. Impa belongs to that history. Her role is not only to guard Zelda. It is to stand between the royal family and the darkness that threatens it, even when that darkness rises from below Hyrule's own foundations. The Shadow Temple makes Link walk through that truth. The lens of truth becomes essential here. Again and again, the visible path lies. Platforms appear where there seemed to be empty air. Walls vanish. Threats reveal themselves. The temple punishes anyone who trusts only what the eyes first see. This is why the temple's central idea is so powerful. To pester shadow, Link must learn to see truth. Not comforting truth. Not easy truth. Not the kind that makes the kingdom look noble and clean. The kind that shows hidden paths through darkness. The tone of this place is different from every temple before it. The forest temple was haunted and melancholic, like childhood memory twisted into a mansion. The fire temple was urgent and physical, a prison of stone and heat. The water temple was reflective and slow, a descent into depth and memory. The shadow temple is oppressive. It breathes with old fear. Every room feels as though it has been waiting beneath Kakariko for a long time. The darkness does not feel new. It feels stored, preserved, like a secret room in the soul of the kingdom. And at the center of it all waits Bongo Bongo. The creature is strange, disembodied, almost like a nightmare given rhythm. Two giant hands strike the ground like drums. An invisible body moves above a dark surface, only truly perceived through the lens of truth. The battle feels ritualistic and unsettling, as though Link is fighting something that was never meant to have a simple shape. Bongo Bongo is not merely a monster. It is the escape thing, the sealed shadow. The violence that breaks upward from beneath Kakariko and forces itself into the living world. To defeat it, Link must do exactly what the temple has taught him. See what is hidden. Stand where the ground is uncertain. Face the thing others could not safely leave unguarded. The fight echoes with the sound of hands striking like drums in the dark. There is a rhythm to it, but not a comforting one. It feels like a heartbeat heard from somewhere beneath the floorboards of the world. When Bongo Bongo falls, the shadow is quieted. The threat to Kakariko is ended. But as with the other temples, the victory is not only about a defeated monster. It is about the person connected to that place. Impa awakens as the Sage of Shadow. Zelda's guardian, the Sheik protector, the silent warrior who guided Link in childhood, now takes her place among the sages. Her awakening feels different from Saria's, Darunia's, or Ruto's. Saria's was tender. Darunia's was proud. Ruto's was bittersweet. Impao's is solemn. She has always seemed close to destiny, as though she already understood that personal life must sometimes be placed beneath duty. When she becomes the Sage of Shadow, it feels less like a sudden transformation and more like the revealing of what she has always carried. Still, It is another farewell. Another person Link knew becomes part of the sacred power needed to seal Ganondorf away. And again, the story reminds us that the sages are not distant symbols. They are real people. Saria was the friend who made the forest feel like home. Darunia was the leader who called Link brother. Ruto was the princess who carried a childhood promise into adulthood. Impa was the guardian who protected Zelda, taught Link the royal melody, and stood watch over the hidden dangers of Hyrule. Each awakening helps save the kingdom. Each awakening moves someone familiar beyond ordinary reach. Impa's role as Sage of Shadow also reveals something larger about Hyrule's salvation. To restore the kingdom, Link cannot cleanse only the beautiful places. He cannot save only forests, mountains, and lakes. He must also descend into the parts of Hyrule that are frightening, secretive, and morally complicated. The kingdom's shadow must be faced too. This is why Kakariko matters so much. It is both refuge and burial ground, both village and sealed chamber, both ordinary home and entrance to a temple of darkness. It shows that survival is not the same as innocence, and that old wounds can remain under peaceful streets until something powerful enough disturbs them. Ganondorf's reign has disturbed everything. The hidden things rise. The sealed things break. The past demands to be seen. And Link, with the lens of truth, becomes the one who can walk through illusion and keep moving. When he leaves the Shadow Temple, Kakariko feels different again. The village has survived the fire. Its people can continue. The rooftops and steps remain beneath Death Mountain's watch. The graveyard is still nearby, quiet under the sky. The well still sits in the village, ordinary again to anyone who does not know what lies below. But Link knows better. And the viewer knows. Kakariko can no longer be only a simple village. It is the place where Hyrule's hidden history surfaced. The place where the Sheikah's burden became visible. The place where Impa's duty led her into darkness. The place where truth had to be seen before shadow could be defeated. The medallion of shadow rests with Link now. Forest, fire, water, shadow, move. 4 sages awakened. The kingdom's spiritual power is gathering, but the pattern remains painful. Every medallion is a step toward Ganondorf's defeat. Every step carries memory, loss, and the transformation of someone Link once knew. The next path will lead toward the desert, toward the Gerudo, toward the people from whom Ganondorf came, but who are not simply the same as him. There, Link will find another story, one of resistance, spirit, and the difference between a culture and the tyrant born within it. But before the desert, Kakariko leaves him with a quieter lesson. Not all darkness comes from far away. Some darkness sleeps beneath familiar ground. Some secrets are guarded until the seal breaks. Some truths must be seen through a lens, because the eye alone is not enough. The wind moves through the village as it did before. Cuckoos wonder. Lamps glow. The mountain watches. Life continues above the buried places. And somewhere beyond sight, Impa stands as the Sage of Shadow, guardian still, not only of Zelda, not only of the royal family, but of the truth that Hyrule's light has always needed someone willing to stand in the dark. After the shadow beneath Kakariko is quieted, the road turns west, away from the village, away from the mountain, away from the lake and the forest, toward the edge of Hyrule, where the grass thins, the cliffs rise, and the wind begins to carry sand. The desert has been waiting since the beginning. Even before Link ever saw it, the desert had already entered the story through Ganondorf. He came from beyond Hyrule's western lands, from the Gerudo people as their king. To Zelda, he appeared first as a nightmare. To the court of Hyrule, he appeared as a dangerous ally bowing before the throne. To Link, he became the shadow behind every wound in the kingdom. But the desert is not Ganondorf. That is important. The Gerudo are not simply his army. The desert is not simply the birthplace of evil. And the people of the West are not the same as the tyrant who rose from among them. This chapter matters because it asks us to separate a culture from the man who tried to use power in its name. Ganondorf came from the Gerudo, but he does not contain the whole truth of them. So Link rides west across Hyrule Field toward a place that feels different from everything he has known. The forest was enclosed and green. Death Mountain was heavy with fire and stone. Zora's domain was cool and echoing. Kakariko was a village of hidden shadows. But the road to the desert feels open, dry, and exposed. Gerudo Valley appears like a border between worlds. A deep canyon cuts through the land. The river far below glints under the light. Wooden bridges and high cliffs mark the passage toward the Gerudo's territory. The air feels warmer here, touched by dust and sun. The music of the place carries a different rhythm, more restless and sharp, as though the wind itself has learned to dance over stone. This is not the center of Hyrule. It is the edge. And edges are where kingdoms often reveal what they do not fully understand. The Gerudo live beyond this valley, in a fortress guarded by women warriors. They are skilled, disciplined, and fiercely independent. Their world does not feel like Castletown, with its open market and royal structure. It does not feel like Kakariko's village life, or the sacred isolation of the Zora, or the earthy warmth of the Gorons. Gerudo territory feels watchful. It does not welcome Link just because he arrives. That too matters. In many parts of Hyrule, Link's role as hero opens paths. Zelda's letter opened the way to Death Mountain. Zelda's lullaby opened the waterfall to Zora's domain. Saria's song softened Darunia. The people he met often gave him trust after he helped them. Here, trust must be earned differently. The Gerudo Fortress is not a place that accepts outsiders easily, and Link is quickly treated as an intruder. Guards patrol the stone corridors and sandy grounds. Prison cells wait for those who were caught. The fortress is organized, alert, and self-contained. It is not chaotic. It is not monstrous. It is a society with rules, skill, pride, and strength. To move through it, Link must learn those rules from the outside. He cannot simply walk in as the chosen hero and expect the Gerudo to bow to him. He must sneak, listen, rescue, fight, and prove himself. This part of the journey has a different flavor from the temples before it. The forest temple felt like returning to a haunted childhood. The fire temple felt like saving a people from imprisonment. The water temple felt like descending into memory and stillness. The shadow temple felt like facing hidden truth. The Gerudo fortress feels like entering another culture's guarded world. Link finds carpenters imprisoned there, men from Kakariko who came to work and ended up captured. Their presence adds a small, grounded reason for the quest through the fortress. Not every rescue in Hyrule is sacred or cosmic. Sometimes people simply need to be freed from cells. So Link moves through the fortress quietly, past guards, through stone passages, across open spaces where a wrong step brings capture. He rescues the carpenters one by one, facing Gerudo warriors along the way. These battles are not like fighting monsters. The Gerudo are people, skilled people. Each encounter feels less like destroying evil and more like earning recognition through ability. By the time Link has proven himself, the Gerudo begin to see him differently. Not as a child of the forest, not as a servant of Hyrule's royal family, not simply as an enemy, as someone worthy of respect. That respect opens the next path. Beyond the fortress lies the haunted wasteland. If Gerudo Valley was a border, the wasteland is a test. The desert stretches outward in waves of sand and wind, wide enough to erase certainty. Here the world becomes less solid. Landmarks vanish in blowing dust. The sky feels enormous. The road disappears unless one knows how to follow signs, flags, ghosts, and faith. The haunted wasteland is not only a physical place, it is an experience of disorientation. In the forest, paths curved back on themselves. In the water temple, rooms changed meaning as the water rose and fell. In the desert, the world itself becomes uncertain. Link must cross a place where ordinary direction is not enough. He must trust faint markers. He must move through sandstorms in silence. He must accept that the desert does not reveal itself all at once. There is something beautiful in that. The desert feels empty at first, but it is not empty. It is withholding. It keeps its secrets in distance, heat, and wind. It asks travelers to become patient, to listen, to follow what little guidance appears. And at the end of that crossing, the desert opens into one of the most haunting places in Hyrule. The Desert Colossus. A vast statue rises from the sand, ancient and solemn beneath the sky. The scale of it makes Link feel small again, the way the great Deku tree once did, or the Temple of Time. But this place does not feel like the forest or the castle. It belongs to sun, stone, stars, and forgotten worship. It feels older than the current conflict, older than Ganondorf's conquest, perhaps older than the kingdom's present understanding of itself. The desert colossus is quiet in a different way from the Shadow Temple. The Shadow Temple was oppressive, close, buried. The colossus is open. A silence under the sky. A sacred loneliness. A ruin warmed by day and cooled by night, watching the desert as though it has seen ages pass and will see many more. Here stands the Spirit Temple, the last of the great temples before the final return to Ganondorf's castle. And this temple is different from all the others in one essential way. It belongs to both ages of Link's life. To enter its full mystery, Link must come as a child and as an adult. That is the heart of the Spirit Temple. Forest, fire, water, and shadow all ask Link to confront different wounds in the adult world. The Spirit Temple asks him to bring together the two selves that time has divided. The child who gathered the stones, the adult who awakened the sages. Both are needed. This makes the Spirit Temple one of the clearest expressions of Link's strange fate. He is not merely a hero who grew older. He is someone split by time, someone who can move between the before and after of Hyrule's fall. The temple itself recognizes a division and turns it into a sacred requirement. Some paths can only be crossed by the child, small enough to crawl through narrow passages, early enough in time to meet someone before her fate is sealed. Other paths require the adult, strong enough to carry the heavier burdens, late enough in time to face what Ganondorf's power has done. In the desert, past and future are not separate. They speak to each other through stone. As a child, Link meets Naboru. She is a Gerudo, and she is important because she immediately complicates everything we might assume about the desert and Ganondorf. Naboru knows who Ganondorf is. She knows what he has done, and she does not follow him blindly. She rejects him. She is a thief, perhaps, but not like him. She has her own code, her own sense of justice, her own contempt for stealing from the weak or using power cruelly. She sees Ganondorf not as the rightful heart of Gerudo identity, but as someone who has become monstrous. Naboru is resistance from within the desert. Through her, the story gives the Gerudo dignity beyond Ganondorf's shadow. This is crucial. Without Naboru, the desert could be misunderstood as only the villain's origin. With her, it becomes a place of conflict, culture, and conscience. The Gerudo are not a single idea. They are a people, and within that people are choices, loyalties, doubts, and rebellion. Naboru asks young Link for help. She wants him to retrieve the silver gauntlets from within the temple, not for Ganondorf, but against him. The child Link enters the temple, moving through its ancient chambers in the smaller body he had before the 7-year sleep. Once again, his childhood self becomes active in the story, not as something lost and useless, but as someone who can still do what the adult cannot. Inside, the Spirit Temple feels warm, solemn, and old. Its rooms are filled with sand-colored stone, sunlit chambers, statues, mirrors, and symbols that suggest worship, trial, and hidden power. Unlike the Forest Temple's haunted mansion or the Shadow Temple's buried horror, The spirit temple feels like an ancient sacred structure still holding its breath. There is danger here, but also reverence. Link retrieves the silver gauntlets. But when he returns, Nabooru is taken. Twinrova appears. The twin witches, Kumi and Kotake, servants and surrogate mothers to Ganondorf, bring a different kind of evil into the story. They are old, cunning, theatrical, and deeply tied to the Gerudo King's rise. Their magic bends fire and ice. Their presence in the temple suggests that Ganondorf's corruption has roots reaching back into the desert's own sacred spaces. They capture Nabooru and twist her will. The resistance within the Gerudo is silenced, at least for a time. And the child can do no more. Years later, or moments later, depending on how we think about Link's strange relationship with time, the adult hero returns. Now he can use the silver gauntlets. Now he can move what once blocked him. Now the temple opens in a new way. This is the beauty of the spirit temple structure. The child prepares the way for the adult. The adult completes what the child began. Link's two selves become partners across time. Not separate lives, but echoes of one another, each leaving something for the other to find. The child does not simply belong to the past. The adult does not simply belong to the future. In the spirit temple, both are required to heal the same wound. As an adult, Link moves deeper into the temple and finds the mirror shield. Like the lens of truth, it is a tool of revelation, but it works differently. The lens sees what is hidden. The mirror shield reflects what is given to it. It catches light, redirects energy, turns brightness into a key. In the spirit temple, light becomes something that must be guided. That feels right for this chapter. The desert is a place of sun, stars, mirage, and reflection. The truth is not buried underground like in Kakariko. It is scattered across surfaces, hidden by glare, revealed through angles. Link must learn to use light carefully to turn what shines into a path forward. At the heart of the temple, Nabooru returns, but not as herself. She appears in the form of an iron knuckle, armored, silent, and forced into battle. The woman who resisted Ganondorf has been made into a weapon by his followers. This is another kind of tyranny, not only imprisonment, not only corruption of land, but the taking of a person's will. Link fights her without fully knowing who stands beneath the armor. When the armor breaks and Nabooru is revealed, the sadness of it becomes clear. She was not defeated in the ordinary sense. She was controlled. Her resistance was interrupted by force, and her own strength was turned against the cause she believed in. Then Twinrova takes her away again. The temple's final battle is against the witches themselves. Kome and Kotake, fire and ice, circle Link with a strange mixture of menace and almost playful cruelty. They are dangerous, but their danger has rhythm and personality. They represent opposing elements, heat and cold, both brought into one magical conflict. The mirror shield becomes essential, absorbing their attacks and turning their power back upon them. Again, the temple's lesson holds. Receive, reflect, return. light against darkness, fire against ice, spirit against domination. When Twinrova falls, the hold over the spirit temple breaks. The desert's sacred place is freed, and Nabooru awakens as the Sage of Spirit. Her awakening carries a different feeling from the others. Saria was childhood. Darunia was brotherhood. Ruto was promise. Impa was duty. Nabooru is resistance. She is the proof that Ganondorf does not define the Gerudo. She is the voice from within his own cultural origin that rejects what he has become. She shows that evil is not inherited by a people simply because one of their kings chose domination. That idea matters deeply to the shape of Hyrule. Ganondorf is the king of evil, but the Gerudo are not evil by nature. They are warriors, guardians, thieves perhaps by tradition, proud and difficult and independent, but also capable of honor, conscience, and rebellion. Nabooru's role as sage makes that truth sacred. The spirit medallion does not come from outside the desert as a correction imposed by Hyrule. It comes from a Gerudo woman who stands against Ganondorf from within the story of her own people. This gives the final sage awakening before Zelda a special weight. The desert, which first entered the story through Ganondorf's ambition, now gives Hyrule one of the powers needed to defeat him. The place associated with the villain also contains one of the kingdom's saviors. When Link receives the spirit medallion, the circle of temples is nearly complete. Forest, fire, water, shadow, spirit. 5 sages awakened since his return as an adult. Each one tied to someone he met, trusted, or came to understand. Each one connected to a region of Hyrule that Ganondorf's rule damaged in a specific way. Each one proving that the kingdom is not saved by the hero alone, but by the awakened strength of its many peoples and histories. The Spirit Temple also leaves Link with a deeper understanding of himself. He has now used childhood and adulthood together. He has seen that the child he was is not simply gone, and the adult he has become is not complete without him. The hero of time is made from both. From the small boy who first left the forest, and the young man who now carries the Master Sword through a fallen kingdom. The temple needed both. Perhaps Hyrule does too. When Link steps back into the Desert Colossus, the sky feels immense. The sand moves softly in the wind. The great statue watches in silence. Night, if it has fallen, spreads stars above the ruins like scattered silver. The desert no longer feels only distant or dangerous. It feels ancient, wounded, and alive with its own dignity. The road west has taught him something the rest of Hyrule could not. That evil can come from a people without belonging to all of them. That resistance can survive even under the shadow of a tyrant. That sacred places can require the cooperation of past and future selves. That light, when reflected correctly, can open what darkness tried to seal. Nabooru now stands as the Sage of Spirit. The Gerudo Fortress remains behind him. The haunted wasteland continues to shift beneath the wind. The Desert Colossus keeps its silent watch. And somewhere far away, In the center of Hyrule, Ganondorf still sits in his dark fortress, unaware or unwilling to accept how much of the world is gathering against him. The forest remembers Saria. The mountain remembers Darunia. The water remembers Ruto. The shadow remembers Impa. The desert remembers Naboru. Only one sage remains hidden. Only one truth still waits to be revealed. And that truth has been guiding Link since the beginning, behind a different name, behind a covered face, behind songs taught in quiet places across a ruined land. The next road leads back to the Temple of Time, back to the place where childhood ended, back to the voice that has been waiting to tell him who she really is. After the desert, the path returns to the Temple of Time. It is fitting that it should. The temples have been cleansed. The sages have begun to awaken. Forest, fire, water, shadow, and spirit have all answered the call. And now the journey turns back to the place where everything changed. The Temple of Time is more than a building now. At the beginning, it was a mystery. A cold and sacred place at the edge of childhood, where the three spiritual stones, the Ocarina of Time and the Song of Time, opened a door that had been sealed for generations. Later, it became a wound. The place where Link drew the Master Sword. The place where Ganondorf entered the sacred realm. The place where 7 years vanished into silence. Now it becomes something else, a meeting place. A place where the truth, hidden since the fall of Hyrule, finally steps into the light. Link returns to the temple not as the child who first opened the door, and not as the confused young man who awakened after 7 stolen years. He returns as the hero of time, carrying the medallions of the awakened sages and the memory of every region he has helped to heal. He has walked through the haunted forest. He has freed the Gorons from the fire temple. He has restored the waters of Lake Hylia. He has faced the shadow beneath Kakariko. He has crossed the desert and awakened Naboru as the Sage of Spirit. The kingdom has begun to gather itself around him. But one piece is still missing. One truth has been beside him for much of the adult journey, speaking in riddles, appearing in quiet places, teaching him the songs that carried him from temple to temple. Sheik. From the moment Link awakened as an adult, Sheik has been there like a figure woven from the ruined world itself. Mysterious, calm, and ever watchful. Sheik appeared in the Temple of Time after Hyrule's revelation, when Link first learned that 7 years had passed and that Ganondorf had conquered Hyrule. Sheik spoke of the sages, of temples, of the path that must be followed if the King of Evil was to be sealed away. Then, again and again, Sheik appeared at the edges of Link's journey. In the forest, where the memory of Saria waited. Near the mountain, where fire and danger called him back to Darunia. Beside the waters, where Ruto and the Zora's fate lay beneath the lake. In the village of Shadow, where Kakariko's secrets rose from below. In places touched by loss, memory, and destiny. Sheik did not fight the temples for him. Sheik did not take the Master Sword from his hands. Instead, Sheik simply guided, and the guidance came through music. One by one, Sheik taught Link the melodies that made the adult journey possible. The minuet of forest, the bolero of fire, the serenade of water, the nocturne of shadow, the requiem of spirit, songs of homecoming and return. Each one opened a path across distance. Each one tied Link to a temple, a region, a wound in Hyrule's spirit. They were not like the songs of childhood exactly. Saria's song carried friendship. Zelda's lullaby carried royal trust. Epina's song carried memory and companionship. The Song of Time carried the weight of sacred machinery. Sheik's songs carried him through the ruined world. They were quiet bridges between the places he had to save. There is something lonely about those songs. They are beautiful, but not simple. They do not belong to carefree days in the forest or soft evenings on the ranch. They sound like melodies learned after loss. Songs for traveling back to places that have become painful. Songs for returning when return is necessary, even if it hurts. Sheik gives Link the music of duty. And now, in the Temple of Time, the last veil begins to fall. The chamber is still. The Master Sword's pedestal rests in its place, the center of so many crossings. The door of time stands open. Light touches the stone in pale sacred lines. There is no crowd here, no court, no sages gathered in visible form, no army waiting outside, only Link and Sheik, the guide who has watched him from behind mystery. Sheik speaks of the Triforce, of the sacred power Ganondorf sought, of what happened when he entered the sacred realm and touched it with an unbalanced heart. Ganondorf wanted everything. He reached for the full divine relic, but the fullness of it did not remain with him. The Triforce then split apart. Power stayed with Ganondorf. Wisdom went to one chosen by wisdom. Courage went to one chosen by courage. For 7 years, Ganondorf has ruled with the Triforce of power. It has made him terrifying, difficult to destroy, and able to twist Hyrule around his will. It is the force behind the ruined market, the dark fortress, the imprisoned Gorons, the frozen waters, the haunted temples, and the long shadow over the land. But power was never the whole Triforce. That is why hope remained. Wisdom and courage were not his. They found other bearers. Link carries the Triforce of courage. He may not have known it at first. He may have felt only confusion, loss, and the burden of being sent from one wounded place to another. But the courage that slept in him as a child has now awakened through action. It carried him beyond the forest. It brought him before the great Deku tree. It took him across Hyrule Field into caverns, temples, shadows, and the depths of time itself. His courage was never loud. It did not need to be. It was the courage to answer a call before understanding it. The courage to leave home. the courage to return to places changed by grief, the courage to keep walking after every victory became another farewell, and the Triforce of wisdom rests with another, with the one who saw the danger before almost anyone else, with the child who dreamed of dark clouds over Hyrule, with the princess who tried to stop Ganondorf before the kingdom understood the threat, with Zelda the princess. Then Sheik reveals the truth. Sheik is Zelda herself. The guide, the stranger, the quiet figure who has moved through the shadows of Ganondorf's Hyrule, is the princess Link met long ago in the castle garden. She was not gone, she was hidden. For 7 years, Zelda survived in a kingdom ruled by the very man she had feared as a child. She could not remain openly as the Princess of Hyrule. Ganondorf was searching for the remaining pieces of the Triforce, and Zelda, bearer of wisdom, would have been one of his greatest targets. So she disappeared into another identity. And so she became Sheik, a figure connected to the hidden ways of the Sheikah, the people who had long protected Hyrule's royal family from the shadows. Under that disguise, Zelda could move through the ruined kingdom in ways the princess could not. She could watch, guide, wait, and prepare for the moment when the hero of time would awaken. This changes the way we understand the adult journey. Zelda was not simply waiting to be rescued. She was guiding Link. Every song from Sheik was Zelda's hand reaching through the darkness. Every sudden appearance at a temple's edge was part of her hidden resistance. Every cryptic lesson about time, memory, and destiny came from someone who had spent 7 years living with the consequences of their childhood plan. The princess in the garden and the mysterious guide in the ruined world are the same person. But time has changed her, just as it changed Link. Zelda too lost the simple future she might have had. She was a child when she first saw Ganondorf's shadow. A child when she trusted Link with the plan to gather the spiritual stones. A child when she fled the castle and threw the Ocarina of Time into the moat. Then the kingdom fell. Her father's castle was taken. Her home was transformed into Ganondorf's fortress. A people suffered. Her own identity became something she had to hide. For 7 years, Zelda carried wisdom in the hardest way. Not as perfect knowledge, as memory sharpened by regret. Because Zelda knows the truth of what happened. She and Link tried to prevent Ganondorf from reaching the Triforce. They acted out of courage and fear, but their plan helped open the path he needed. The spiritual stones were gathered. The Ocarina of Time reached Link. The Song of Time opened the door. The Master Sword left its pedestal, and Ganondorf followed close behind. That guilt belongs to neither child in any simple way. Ganondorf is the one who desired power. Ganondorf is the one who deceived the king, cursed the great Deku tree, threatened the Gorons, and hunted for the sacred keys. The fault of evil belongs to the one who chooses it. But Zelda still carries the burden of knowing that her attempt to stop him became part of the chain that allowed him in. That is a very different kind of wisdom from the bright certainty she had in childhood. As a girl in the garden, Zelda saw danger clearly but not completely. As Sheik, she has lived long enough to understand what was missed. Wisdom has become sorrow, and sorrow has become resolve. That is why this revelation is intimate rather than triumphant. Zelda does not reveal herself in a court before cheering people. She does not reclaim her throne in public. She reveals herself quietly in the Temple of Time to the one person who shared the beginning of the disaster with her. Link and Zelda stand together again. No longer the two children in the garden. Now the hero of time and the hidden princess of Hyrule. Both marked by the same broken plan. Both chosen by pieces of the Triforce. Both carrying 7 years of loss in different ways. Link lost the years themselves. Zelda lived through them all. That difference is important. Link was sealed in sacred sleep, held away from the world until he could become the hero. Zelda remained awake inside the fallen kingdom. She had to watch Hyrule change. She had to survive Ganondorf's rule. She had to hide her name, her face, and her power. She had to wait for the moment when Link could return and the sages could awaken. One slipped through the ruin. The other lived inside it. And now they meet at the center of time. Zelda gives Link the light arrows. This gift feels different from every weapon or tool before it. The Kokiri sword was the first small blade of childhood. The Master Sword was the sacred blade that sealed an open destiny. The Megaton hammer belonged to the mountain's ancient strength. The hookshot, the iron boots, the lens of truth, the mirror shield. Each allowed Link to move through a different kind of trial. The light arrows carry Zelda's own sacred power. They are not only weapons of force. They are instruments of revelation and judgment. Light in this moment becomes the answer to Ganondorf's darkness. Not ordinary brightness, but concentrated sacred energy, given by the princess who bears wisdom to the hero who bears courage. With them, Link can finally challenge the bearer of power. The triangle becomes visible now. Ganondorf with power. Zelda with wisdom. Link with courage. The three forces that stood quietly beneath the entire story have now taken human shape. Power has ruled through domination. Wisdom has survived through secrecy and guidance. Courage has moved through loss, returning again and again to wounded places. The conflict is no longer only about a kingdom or a throne. It is about balance. Ganondorf holds one piece of the sacred relic, but he is not whole. His strength is immense, yet incomplete. He can conquer, corrupt, imprison, and terrify, but he cannot fully command what he does not embody. Wisdom and courage have resisted him by surviving in Zelda and Link. That is why he needs them. And that is why this moment becomes dangerous almost as soon as it becomes clear. Zelda's disguise has protected her for 7 years. As Sheik, she could move hidden through the ruins of Hyrule. But once she reveals herself, the concealment ends. The Triforce of wisdom shines in her, and Ganondorf can sense what he has been seeking. The truth brings light, but light can be seen. The Temple of Time, so quiet only moments before, becomes the place where Ganondorf's reach finds her. His power extends from his dark fortress, and Zelda is captured. This is painful because it happens just after the revelation. For a brief moment, Link has Zelda back, not as a memory, not as a voice carried through the Ocarina of Time, not as a mysterious guide speaking in riddles. Zelda herself stands before him and reveals the full meaning of the journey. Then she is taken. Ganondorf's move is not only tactical, it is symbolic. He now has the bearer of wisdom in his grasp. The princess who escaped him for 7 years is finally found. The hidden guide who helped awaken the sages is removed from the field. The childhood friend and destiny, the other half of Link's failed attempt to save Hyrule, is pulled toward the final confrontation. The story now has nowhere else to go. The temples are cleansed. The sages have awakened. The light arrows are in Link's hands. Zelda has been revealed and captured. Ganondorf waits at the center of the fallen kingdom. Everything returns to the castle, or rather to what replaced it. Ganondorf's own dark fortress. But before the final road begins, the revelation of Sheik deserves to linger, because it changes Zelda. It restores her agency to the story. In many old legends, a princess can become a symbol more than a person, a throne to reclaim, a royal bloodline to protect, a figure captured by the dark and recovered by the hero. But Zelda in Ocarina of Time is more complicated than that. She begins as a child who sees the storm coming, and she acts. Her plan fails, but failure does not erase the courage of having acted. Then, after the fall, she adapts. She survives. She hides in plain sight. She guides Link through the adult world. She teaches the songs that make the awakening of the sages possible. She carries wisdom not as passive purity, but as strategy, endurance, and the ability to learn through grief. When she is captured, it is not because she was simply waiting helplessly. It is because revealing the truth made the final battle possible. There's tragedy in that, and bravery. Zelda chooses the moment of revelation. She gives Link the light arrows. She explains the Triforce. She shows him the full shape of the conflict. She knows that hiding cannot continue forever. Ganondorf must be faced. The sages are ready. The hero of time is ready. The last act must begin. And so Sheik's last song is not another melody taught on the ocarina. It is the truth. The final song is the unmasking. The quiet lifting of a veil in the Temple of Time. The return of the princess beneath the guide. The naming of power, wisdom, and courage. The moment when all the scattered meanings of the journey gather into one place. After this, there will be no more hidden guide waiting at the edge of temples. No more sudden appearances in blue shadow. No more songs from a stranger who knows too much. Sheik's role is complete. Zelda's role enters its final form, and Link once again is left with a gift and a loss. The light arrows remain, and Zelda is gone. This pattern has followed him for so long that it almost feels like the rhythm of his destiny. Saria gave him friendship and became the Sage of Forest. Darunia gave him brotherhood and became the Sage of Fire. Ruto gave him a promise and became the Sage of Water. Impa gave duty and truth to the shadows. Nabooru gave resistance from the desert. And now Zelda gives him the weapon of light, only to be taken toward the final darkness. Each person helps him continue. Each person is placed beyond his reach. That is why the final confrontation cannot feel like simple heroism. It is built from every farewell before it. Every medallion, every song, every lost place, every changed friend, every memory of childhood and ruin gathers behind Link as he prepares to walk toward Ganondorf's castle. The kingdom itself is moving with him now. Forest, fire, water, shadow, spirit, and wisdom, all gathered against power. But power still sits at the center of the land, wrapped around the stolen heart of Hyrule. The Temple of Time grows quiet again after Zelda is taken. The same sacred stillness returns, but it feels different now. The temple has witnessed another turning point. It watched the child open the door. It watched the hero awaken. It watched Sheik become Zelda. It watched the princess vanish into Ganondorf's grasp. This place has become the hinge of the whole legend. Here childhood ended. Here truth was revealed. Here the path to the final battle opened. Link stands alone for a moment, but not truly alone. Navi remains beside him. The sages stand with him in spirit. Zelda's light arrows rest in his keeping. The Master Sword waits in his hand. The Triforce of Courage shines within him, whether seen or unseen. And somewhere beyond the temple's doors, Hyrule is waiting in its broken state. The market still lies ruined. The fortress still rises where the castle once stood. Ganondorf still believes power can hold the world forever. But now the hidden resistance has become visible. The guide has revealed herself. The princess has returned. The final gift has been given. And the hero of time knows where he must go. Out of the Temple of Time, across the ruined heart of Hyrule, toward the dark castle at the center of the world. The songs have led him here. The song of the forest, the song of the royal family, the song of time, the songs of each awakened temple, and finally the silent song of Sheik's truth, a last melody without notes, a revelation whispered in cold stone and pale light. Zelda was never only waiting. She was watching, guiding, remembering, surviving. And now, because she has stepped out of shadow, the last night of Ganondorf's reign can begin. Ganondorf's castle waits where Hyrule Castle used to stand. that is the first wound. Before the fall, this place was the center of the kingdom's visible power. White stone walls rose above Castletown. Guards watched the roads. The royal gardens rested quietly behind gates and towers. Somewhere inside, Princess Zelda dreamed of dark clouds gathering over Hyrule, while Ganondorf knelt before the king and hid conquest behind courtesy. Now the old castle is gone. In its place rises something dark, jagged, and unnatural. Ganondorf's fortress does not feel built to protect the land. It feels built to loom over it. Its towers claw upward into the sky. Its stone seems heavy with malice. The space around it is broken, suspended, almost unreal, as though the heart of Hyrule has been torn out and replaced by a throne for one man's hunger. This is where power has been waiting. The forest has awakened. The mountain has awakened. The waters have awakened. The shadow has awakened. The desert has awakened. Zelda has revealed herself, given Link the light arrows and been taken. Now the road leads to the castle at the center of ruin. But Link does not approach it alone, not truly. Across Hyrule, the sages he awakened now answer. Their power reaches toward the dark fortress, building a bridge of light where no ordinary road remains. The gap before Ganondorf's castle is crossed not by stone, not by royal engineering, not by armies, but by the gathered strength of the people and places Link saved. Saria of the forest, Dorunia of the fire, Ruto of the water, Impa of the shadow, Nabaru of the spirit, Rauru of the light. Their power forms the way forward, and that matters deeply. The final castle is not entered by the hero's courage alone. It is reached through every relationship, every temple, every farewell. Link can stand before Ganondorf because Hyrule has slowly gathered itself behind him. The sages are not distant symbols now. They are the path. The bridge of light is the kingdom answering back, and Link crosses it. Beneath him, the ruined center of Hyrule falls away. Ahead, the castle doors wait in darkness. Behind him lie all the roads that brought him here: Kokiri Forest, Hyrule Field, Castletown, Death Mountain, Zora's River, Lake Hylia, Kakariko, the Gerudo Desert, the Temple of Time. All of those places live inside this moment. And the castle opens. Inside, Ganondorf's fortress feels less like a home and more like a prison built around sacred corruption. Its chambers are dark and immense. Its walls hold the pressure of the Triforce of power. The air is heavy, not with the warmth of fire or the chill of ice, but with domination. This is not the wild darkness of a cave. It is ordered darkness, a fortress shaped by will. At the center of the castle, Ganondorf waits above. But before Link can reach him, the remaining hold of his power must be broken. Barriers block the way, each one tied to the sacred forces of Hyrule that Ganondorf has tried to bend beneath himself. Forest, fire, water, shadow, spirit, light. Each barrier is more than an obstacle. It is a final echo of a region already wounded and healed. The castle has gathered the fragments of Hyrule's suffering into itself, and Link must pass through them one by one. The forest barrier recalls the green world of childhood, Saria, the lost woods, the haunted mansion beneath the trees, Phantom Ganon riding through paintings like a nightmare inside memory. The fire barrier recalls Death Mountain, Dorunia's courage, the imprisoned Gorons, Volvagia rising from the lava, and the heavy strike of the Megaton hammer against the mountain's ancient fear. The water barrier recalls Sora's domain, the frozen chambers, Ruto beneath the lake, the iron boots pulling Link downward, the water temple's shifting depths, and the reflection of Darkling standing in still water. The shadow barrier recalls Kakariko, the burning village, the well, the lens of truth, the hidden paths beneath ordinary streets, and Impa's solemn duty in the dark. The spirit barrier recalls the desert, Gerudo Valley, the haunted wasteland, the desert colossus, Naboru's resistance, and the spirit temple where child and adult had to work across time. The light barrier recalls Rauru, the chamber of sages, the first awakening after 7 years of silence, and the knowledge that even in the sacred realm, light had been waiting for the hero to rise. Each barrier is a memory. Each one asks Link to carry forward what he learned. He does not defeat them by forgetting the journey. He defeats them because the journey is now part of him. The sages help break each seal, and with every barrier that falls, Ganondorf's castle becomes less absolute. The fortress that seemed like the center of all power begins to show its weakness. It can be entered. It can be weakened. It can be answered. Ganondorf has power. But power alone cannot erase a world that still remembers itself. When the last barrier falls, the way upward opens, and the climb begins. This ascent through Ganondorf's tower is one of the loneliest passages in the story. The rooms narrow around Link's purpose. The outside world grows distant. There are no villages here, no rivers, no songs from friends, no gentle fields. Only stone, enemies, stairs, and the slow pool toward the highest chamber. The tower feels ceremonial, almost like a dark version of the Temple of Time. The Temple of Time asked Link to approach a sacred center. Ganondorf's tower asked him to approach the corrupted center of power. And as Link climbs, music fills the silence. An organ, deep, slow, and immense. The sound rolls through the tower like the breath of the castle itself. It is not battle music in the usual sense. It does not rush. It does not panic. It waits. Ganondorf is not hiding. He is not desperate. He sits above, playing as though the world beneath him is already his, as though the hero's arrival is only one more movement in a composition he believes he controls. The organ makes Ganondorf feel theatrical, patient, and terrifyingly certain. He has ruled Hyrule for 7 years. He has taken the castle. He has captured Zelda. He holds the Triforce of power. Why should he fear the boy from the forest? Even now, Link may seem small before him. A young man in green climbing toward a king. But everything that brought Link here climbs with him. The sword of evil's bane. The light arrows from Zelda. The awakened sages. The songs. The medallions. The memories of every wounded place. At last, Link reaches the top. Ganondorf waits in his chamber, seated at the organ, with Zelda held nearby. This is the first true confrontation between the hero of time and the king of evil, since the day outside the castle, when Ganondorf struck Link down with almost no effort. Back then, Link was a child. He had courage, but not strength. Purpose, but not understanding. The keys, but not the knowledge of what they would open. Now he stands before Ganondorf as the hero of time, changed by 7 years of silence, marked by the temples, carrying the light Zelda entrusted to him. Ganondorf looks at him not as a child in the road, but as the bearer of courage. The final pieces of the Triforce are near. Power, wisdom, and courage are gathered again in one place, not as an abstract myth, but as 3 living figures, Ganondorf, Zelda, and Link. The conflict that has moved quietly beneath the whole story now stands in the open. Ganondorf speaks not only as a villain, but as someone who believes power proves itself by possession. He wanted the Triforce. He took what he could. He bent to the sacred realm, conquered Hyrule, and transformed the royal castle into a monument to his will. But his desire was never balanced. He reached for everything and received only power. That incompleteness is the hidden weakness in his triumph. And the battle begins. The chamber becomes a place of light and darkness, of reflected energy, of timing, patience, and focus. Ganondorf hurls power at Link, and Link sends it back. The rhythm feels almost like a dark game of music, a deadly exchange beneath the echo of the organ that has now fallen silent. Pure power against courage. But courage does not stand alone. Zelda's light arrows become essential. Her gift pierces Ganondorf's darkness, allowing Link to strike. Wisdom guides courage into the heart of power's arrogance. The battle is not Link overcoming Ganondorf through strength alone. It is Link and Zelda, together, opposing what power has become without balance. Again and again, Link endures. He reflects. He waits. He strikes when light opens the way. The king of evil, who once seemed untouchable, begins to fall. When Ganondorf is defeated, it feels for a moment as though the nightmare might finally end. And Zelda is freed. The whole tower trembles. Ganondorf's power, disrupted at the highest point of his own fortress, begins to tear the castle apart around them. The stone shakes. The chamber cracks. The entire tower becomes unstable, as though the fortress itself cannot survive the loss of the will that held it together. Zelda calls to Link. They must escape now. This descent is very different from the climb. The climb was lonely and solemn, a movement toward confrontation. The descent is urgent, but still strangely haunting. Zelda leads Link downward through the collapsing tower, opening the sealed paths of her enemy's fortress as the structure falls apart around them. For much of the adult journey, Zelda was hidden as Sheik, guiding from the shadows. Then she was captured, placed beyond Link's reach. Now in the collapsing castle, she is active again. She moves. She leads. She helps him escape. And this matters deeply. The final act is not Link rescuing a silent princess and carrying her out of the story. Zelda remains part of the action. She knows the way. She uses her power. She and Link move together through the ruin of Ganondorf's castle, two children of the old plan now grown into the final consequences of it. The castle falls around them. Stones crash in the distance. Fire and dust fill the halls. The path behind them disappears. The fortress that replaced Hyrule Castle collapses under the weight of its own darkness. As they descend, there is a strange feeling of reversal. Long ago, Zelda fled the castle on horseback, escaping Ganondorf as the kingdom began to fall. Link watched helplessly from the road, too young to stop what was happening. Now, years later, Zelda and Link flee together from the castle Ganondorf built in its place. The first escape began the tragedy. This escape seems to end it. At last they reach the outside. The whole tower collapses. Ganondorf's castle falls into ruin. For a moment there is silence. Not the deep sacred silence of the Temple of Time. Not the haunted silence of Castletown. Not the sleeping silence of Link's 7 lost years. A different silence, the silence after destruction. The fortress is gone. Zelda is free. Link has defeated Ganondorf in his tower. The sages are awakened. The center of Hyrule's darkness has fallen. It feels as though the story may be over. This is the false ending. A necessary breath before the final nightmare. Because evil in Ocarina of Time does not disappear so easily. Ganondorf has been defeated, but the Triforce of power still burns within him. His body has fallen, but his hatred has not accepted defeat. His ambition was human in its first form, political, cunning, patient, masked behind loyalty. But beneath that human ambition was something older and more monstrous. Something that power can reveal when stripped of restraint. From the rubble, a sound rises, and the ground trembles. Ganondorf is not finished. This moment changes the shape of the final conflict. Until now, Ganondorf has been terrifying because he is a king, a deceiver, a sorcerer, and the bearer of power. He has spoken, ruled, plotted, and waited. He has been political and mystical at once. But the collapse of his castle removes the throne room, the organ, the fortress, the performance of kingship. What remains is rawer, older. His name is Ganon. Before that transformation fully arrives, this chapter rests at the edge of it, the moment after the castle falls, when Link and Zelda stand in the open air, surrounded by ruin, thinking perhaps that the worst has passed. But the darkest form of power has not yet been faced. That is why the castle at the end of time is not the true ending. It is the last door before it. Everything in this chapter gathers the story's symbols into one place. Ganondorf's fortress replaces Hyrule Castle, showing what happens when sacred kingship is consumed by domination. The sage's barriers remind us that Hyrule's many peoples and regions are needed to break the center of evil. The tower ascent brings Link face to face with the man who ruined his childhood and conquered the world he slept through. Zelda's light arrows show wisdom guiding courage against power. The collapse of the castle frees the kingdom's center from Ganondorf's constructed darkness. And still, one final truth remains. Power, when cornered, does not always surrender. Sometimes it becomes a beast. The dust settles, and the ruins breathe. Zelda stands beside Link beneath the broken sky. The fortress that overshadowed Hyrule has fallen, but the night is not yet over. Somewhere inside the rubble, hatred rises again, and the final battle waits in the dark. The castle has fallen. For a moment, the world seems to hold its breath. Where Ganondorf's fortress once rose over the ruined heart of Hyrule, there is now only broken stone, dust, and silence. The dark tower that replaced Hyrule Castle lies collapsed beneath the night sky. Its walls, once heavy with power, have been brought down. Its chambers, its stairways, its organ music, its throne of arrogance, all of it has fallen into ruin. Zelda is free, and Link still stands. The sages have awakened. The barriers have been broken. The king of evil has been defeated in his own tower. It should be over. And perhaps for one quiet breath, Link and Zelda believe that it is. But the Triforce of power does not fade so easily. Beneath the rubble, hatred remains alive. A sound moves through the ruins. Low, heavy, slow and unnatural. The ground trembles. The night darkens. The last stones of the fallen castle shift as something rises from beneath them. Not the composed king who once knelt before Hyrule's throne. Not the sorcerer who sat at the organ and waited for the hero's arrival. Not the ruler who hid ambition behind politics, ceremony, and human speech. That form has been broken. What rises now is older, raw, and more terrible. He rises as Ganon. Ganondorf's rage, given monstrous shape. The man who sought sacred power has become the beast that power always threatened to reveal. Horned, immense, and burning with the force he could never balance, Ganon emerges into the night as the final form of power, without wisdom, without courage, without restraint. The air changes around him. The ruins no longer feel like the end of a battle. They feel like the mouth of something ancient opening. A wall of fire rises, separating Link from Zelda. The battlefield becomes enclosed in red light and shadow. For the first time since the castle collapsed, Link is alone again. Alone with the beast. And then Ganon strikes. The Master Sword is knocked from Link's hands. The blade of evil's bane, the sacred sword that carried him across 7 years, the weapon that marked him as the hero of time, falls beyond his reach. In an instant, the final battle strips away the symbol that has defined his adult journey. And this matters deeply, because courage cannot depend only on a legendary blade. The Master Sword is sacred. It is necessary. It is the key to the sacred realm, the weapon meant to seal the darkness, the blade that only the true hero can wield. But before Link ever held it, he was already brave. He was brave when he stepped inside the great Deku tree with only a small sword and wooden shield. Brave when he left the forest without knowing if he would ever return. Brave when he stood before Ganondorf as a child and was struck down. Brave when he woke to a ruined kingdom and kept moving. Brave when every temple asked him to face another memory, another wound, another farewell. The Master Sword reveals the hero. It does not create him. So now, beneath the red firelight of the final battlefield, Link must endure without it. Ganon towers over him, vast and violent, wielding blades that seem almost too large for the world. Every movement carries the weight of rage. This is no longer the measured power of Ganondorf's tower. No organ, no throne, no calm speech from above. Only breath, steel, fire. The sound of a beast refusing to fall. And yet even here, Link does not turn away. He moves through the darkness around Ganon, searching for the vulnerable place behind all that monstrous force. The battle becomes less about grandeur and more about persistence. Step by step, strike by strike, waiting, watching, surviving. This is the final test of courage. Not the courage of being unafraid. The courage to continue when the sacred sword is gone. The courage to stand in the shadow of something much larger. The courage to believe that power, no matter how terrible, can still be faced. Beyond the wall of fire, Zelda watches. She has spent the adult years hidden, guiding Link as Sheik, carrying wisdom through a fallen kingdom. She survived in secrecy while Ganondorf ruled from the center of Hyrule. She gave Link the light arrows. She revealed the truth of the Triforce. She was captured, freed, and now stands at the edge of the final battle, unable to simply end it herself, but never absent from it. Link and Zelda have been tied together since the garden. Two children trying to stop a disaster. Two bearers of the Triforce living with the consequences. Two parts of the sacred balance standing against power's final form. The fire between them is real, but the bond remains. At last, Link weakens Ganon enough to reach the Master Sword again. The sacred blade returns to his hands, and the final shape of the legend gathers. Courage holds the sword. Wisdom waits beyond flames. Power rages in the dark. And so Link strikes. The Master Sword, lost and regained, becomes what it was always meant to be, not a prize, not a symbol of glory, but the blade that seals evil when courage has carried it to the end. Ganon falls, not gently, not peacefully. He crashes beneath the weight of the battle, brought down at last by the hero who was once a child without a fairy, the princess who survived in shadow, and the sacred power of the sages who now gather around the wounded darkness. And Zelda steps forward, and the sages answer. Rauru, Saria, Darunia, Ruto, Impa, and Naboru. The awakened powers of light, forest, fire, water, shadow, and spirit join with Zelda to seal Ganondorf away. One by one, the people Link knew, loved, helped, and lost to destiny become the force that closes around the King of Evil. This is not Link's victory alone. It never truly was. The whole journey has been teaching that. The forest gave Saria. The mountain gave Darunia. The waters gave Ruto. The shadows gave Impa. The desert gave Nabooru. The sacred realm gave Rauru. The royal line gave Zelda. Hyrule defeats Ganondorf through the strength of all the places he tried to corrupt, through cultures he tried to break, through friendships he did not understand, through sacred bonds he mistook for keys and obstacles. Ganondorf wanted the Triforce because he believed power could make the world his. But Hyrule was never only a thing to possess. It was a living kingdom of forests, rivers, mountains, villages, deserts, songs, memories, and people willing to stand against him. As the seal closes, Ganondorf is pulled into the sacred realm, raging even in defeat. The Triforce of power still marks him, and his hatred does not soften. He threatens return. He curses the descendants of those who oppose him. His voice carries the old promise of Zelda's legends. Evil may be sealed, but it does not always vanish forever. In Hyrule, peace often comes as a reprieve, a sacred pause, a dawn after a very long night. Ganondorf is sealed away, and the fire fades. The battle is over, and at last the kingdom can breathe. But victory in Ocarina of Time is not simple. It does not return everything to the way it was. Castle Town was still ruined. The 7 years still happened. The sages still awakened into roles beyond ordinary life. Link still lost the childhood that should have belonged to him. Zelda still lived through the fall of her kingdom. Every place saved carries memory of what it suffered. The story understands that defeating evil does not erase the cost of having faced it. So after the battle, Zelda makes one final choice. She looks at Link and understands what he is given. He came to Hyrule as a child from the forest. He carried her plan because she asked him to. He opened the door of time. He slept for 7 years. He awakened as the hero of time and fought through the broken kingdom. He restored the sages, faced Ganondorf, and helped save Hyrule. But he was never allowed to live the years that shaped his body. He became a hero because time was taken from him. And Zelda sees this. And in her wisdom, she sends him back to the time before the fall. back to lost childhood, back before the Master Sword held him in sacred sleep, back to the life that destiny interrupted. It is an act of mercy, and also another farewell, because sending Link back means separating him from the adult world he saved, the Hyrule that will continue after Ganondorf's defeat, the Hyrule of the wakened sages, restored waters, freed mountain, and rescued princess, will go on without the hero of time walking among it. The people of that age may remember him as legend, but he will not remain there to receive the peace he helped create. Zelda plays the Ocarina of Time. The notes move gently through the air, no longer as the command that opened a dangerous door, but as a gift that closes a wound. The music carries sorrow, gratitude, and release. It reaches back through everything: the castle garden, the fleeing horse, the moat, the temple of time, the 7 years of silence, the ruined kingdom, the final battle. The ocarina becomes what it always was at its deepest level: an instrument of time. Link is sent back. The adult world fades. The hero of time returns to the temple of time as a child. The Master Sword rests again in its pedestal. The door of time closes. And suddenly the great weight of the adult journey is gone from the world around him. But not from him. That is the quiet ache of the ending. Link is young again, but he is not the same child who first entered the temple. He carries memory. He knows what will happen if Ganondorf is allowed to continue. He has seen the kingdom fall. He has seen friends become sages. He has stood beneath the shadow of Ganon and heard the final cry of power being sealed away. His body has returned to childhood. His soul has not forgotten. Navi, who began the journey by waking him in Kokiri Forest, now completes her task. The small fairy who came to the boy without a fairy, the companion who guided him from the first morning beneath the leaves to the last night beneath the ruins of the castle, rises into the quiet light of the Temple of Time. And then she leaves. No dramatic speech. No long explanation. No promise that everything will feel whole. Only the sound of wings fading into silence. This too is a farewell. Navi was the sign that Link's destiny had begun. Her arrival gave him the one thing he had lacked among the Kokiri, but it also called him away from the forest forever. She was guide, witness, companion, and the small light beside him in places no child should have had to go. When she leaves, the journey truly ends, and Link is alone in the temple. A small child again, but never left untouched. The story closes in its final image with Link going to Zelda. Not the adult Zelda who sent him back. Not Sheik, the hidden guide of the ruined world. The young princess in the castle garden. The beginning returned to. This time Link comes with knowledge from a future that may now be prevented. The first time he met Zelda, they were two children trying to understand a dream. This time he carries proof that the dream was real. He has seen what Ganondorf becomes. He has seen what the door of time can open. He has lived the cost of their innocent plan. The second meeting is quiet but enormous. The circle closes and another path begins. What happens after this belongs to the broader Legend of Zelda, to the branching shape of time itself. In one world, the adult Hyrule continues after the hero's departure, saved but left without him. In another, the child Link's warning may change the course of Ganondorf's rise. And somewhere within these divided histories, the memory of the hero of time becomes both present and absent. The one who saved the future, then returned to a past where few could understand what he had done. That is why the ending of Ocarina of Time feels so bittersweet. And Hyrule is saved. And Ganondorf is sealed. Zelda survives it all. The sages fulfill their sacred duty, and Link returns to childhood. But childhood once lost is not so easily restored. He can stand again in the body of a child. He can walk again beneath the sky of the past. He can see Zelda before the fall, and perhaps warn her before the worst comes true. But he cannot become the child who knew nothing. He cannot unremember the ruined market. He cannot unremember Saria's awakening. He cannot unremember Darunia entering the fire, Ruto beneath the water, Impa in the shadows, Naboru in the desert. He cannot unremember Zelda's face in the Temple of Time, or Navi's departure into the light. The world has been saved, but the hero carries the dream alone. And perhaps that is the final sadness of the hero of time. His greatest victory becomes a memory almost no one else can share. The people he saved may live in peace. The kingdom may continue beneath a brighter sky. The fields may grow quiet again, not with fear, but with rest. The rivers may run. The mountain may breathe. The forest may whisper beneath its leaves. But Link knows the other Hyrule, the one that fell, the one that waited 7 years, the one where childhood became a sealed chamber and every song was a bridge over loss. He saved that world. Then he left it behind. So the legend ends, not with a coronation, not with a hero standing before cheering crowds, not with a kingdom fully understanding the cost of its salvation. And it ends quietly, with a child in green, a princess in a garden, a fairy gone from the temple window, a sword sleeping again behind the door of time. And somewhere beneath all of it the songs remain. Saria's song in the forest, Milan's song in the field, Zelda's lullaby in the royal bloodline, the song of time in cold stone, the melodies of the temples, each one carrying the memory of a sage. Hyrule rests, not forever. Legends rarely allow forever. But for now, the long night has passed. The fields are quiet. The castle has not yet fallen. The forest still holds its green silence. The river still runs toward the hidden domain. The mountain sleeps beneath its smoke. The desert waits under its stars. and the boy who crossed time stands at the beginning again, carrying an ending no one else can see. This is the gift and sorrow of Ocarina of Time. A kingdom saved, a childhood returned but changed, a hero remembered by time itself. And when the last note fades, Hyrule is left in a fragile peace, soft as dawn, distant as a dream, and golden as the light over the field before morning. If you have traveled with us this far, through the forests, the temples, and the long 7 years of silence, we hope you have found rest in the telling of this legend. If you found peace in this journey, consider leaving a like and joining us by subscribing. Your presence here is what allows these stories to continue being told. But the history of legends is long, and there are many more worlds waiting to be explored. Tell us in the comments, which story should we narrate next? Which world would you like to visit before you sleep? Until the next legend begins, may your nights be quiet and your dreams be golden.